Wow. How about that after the morning session? Eek! All righty. Hello, friends. Hello, hello. Yes, back for more fun. I don't know. We might be looking at my belly button about now. It looks like we're a little bit shorter. Well, not we. It looks like the camera's a little bit shorter. Let's see. Let's give it a second. Okay, let's see what we're looking at. I think, yeah. Okay, we're not going to be backwards. I don't think. I don't know. We'll see what happens when we rotate the camera. I don't know. Who knows? Hello, friends. Hello. Welcome back. I hope you had an opportunity to grab something to eat, grab something to drink, do whatever you needed to do to take care of so you could play with us this afternoon. Welcome back. If you are just joining in the afternoon session, welcome, welcome. We had a ball this morning. A few technical difficulties at the beginning because, you know, what would it be without that? So everything worked out, all good. We had a lot of fun. We did a lot of fun prizes during the first session and I have a lot more fun prizes to share. So I'm going to try to keep up with the chat once we rotate the camera. We'll see how we do. So how are you? Hopefully you've been able to set aside some time maybe to play this afternoon or just hang out, listen, whatever you want to do. Just happy to have you here. We are celebrating. We have a big celebration that we are celebrating this weekend. We are celebrating the 5-year anniversary of this. Getting together on Saturdays, all started the very first crazy weekend of the pandemic, and here we are. So, very excited to have you here with me and joining me. Lots of fun things happening. There were 15 plus, I don't know. There are lots of new products that launched yesterday. New Lil by Mel products that we took a very brief look at during this morning session. But yesterday morning, which was Friday the 21st, which was the actual 5-year anniversary, I did a live that you can see here on my YouTube channel where I was showing you kind of all of the new products. So if you haven't had a chance to look at that, you might want to head over there and look at that because almost all of the brand new products are on sale, and most Lil by Mail products are on sale for this weekend for 15% off, which happens once a year, happens this weekend. So always a good thing to kind of make a mental note of. So lots of good sales going on and fun new products. So I encourage you to take a look at those. You will see a couple of those things that I will be giving away throughout our afternoon session. So in the morning session, we did lots of giveaways during the live, but there's also after party giveaways. So if you've ever watched like the Oscars or really any award shows, they have the big after parties after, right? Because not everyone can go to the actual Oscars and sit in a seat. So the after party, lots of fun, and other people can also go, you know, to the after party if you can't rate a list, you know, to go to the actual Oscars. So after party prizes are basically exactly what they sound like. Once the party is over, so once the live is over, you have an opportunity to go leave a comment on that last video, so this morning's part 1 session, and we'll be doing a lot more prizes there. So I think I said this morning through the 31st, on the 31st of March 2025, I will go through all those comments. I will pick random winners. Let's see, we have 7 more prizes, after party prizes on the AM session. So make a mental note, head over, leave a comment on that video, and then you might win one of the great prizes and kind of similar prizes to what I gave away this morning. There will be live prizes in this afternoon session. The way the live prizes will work, Nick is gone for a while. Nick's my husband, so usually I tell him, hey, pop in, and when he pops in, the last person that left a comment or the chat right before he pops in, that's the person that wins. So we'll do a little bit differently until he gets back. At any given point, I'll just stop and I'll roll my finger up the chat. Wherever my finger stops, that will be the person that wins the live prize. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 live prizes this afternoon. So lots of fun to be had. All right, friends, are we ready? I think I'm ready. That was a really quick hour. Lots of stuff just got done within an hour. So I'm going to, well, I don't know if I'm going to rotate the camera quite yet because what I wanted to start out with is just kind of a little walk down memory lane. Some of you will remember this because it was 5 years ago this weekend, and some of you are newer and you may not know the whole story, kind of how things started. So I thought we'd kind of start off with that, and then I'll show you some really fun things we're kind of doing when we started, and then we'll get back to where we are today. So 5 years ago, yesterday, March 21st, was the very first, not the first YouTube video that I put out there, because I had done just like little flip through videos of project kits that I was offering, things like that. But that first fateful, I guess, week of the pandemic, the world shut down on Monday. We had an earthquake here in Utah on Wednesday, which was very unusual. We are on a fault, but I've lived here 40 some odd years, more than that, and never had an earthquake. So of course, that's when Mother Nature decides to throw an earthquake in there, right? And so that Wednesday afternoon, I just was, a lot of us were like, oh my goodness, like what? Like what is happening? What are we doing? And a little bit of panic, right? A little bit of panic ensued. And I thought to myself, what could I do? What could I do to put something back into the community? What could I do to take my mind off of things the rest of the week? Because back then we had no clue how long it was going to last, right? Hopeful that it was a couple of days a week, but ended up being more than that. Anyhow, so I thought, you know what? I'm going to put a free class out there, and I'll do it something I feel like I know a lot about, I'm very passionate about, and that's Traveler's Notebook. So I worked all week, and it was perfect because I needed something to get out of my head, right? So I worked on that all week, put it all together. It was all pre-recorded, and that Saturday, March 21st, 2020, I don't know, maybe 10 a.m., I don't remember when it was, it went up on YouTube. And I'd never done a premiere video before, did a premiere, and it wasn't live, but we were all watching live and commenting in the chat, and it was a lot of fun. And it gave me a purpose. Gave me a purpose that first week. And so I thought, you know what? Well, I should back up and say that video I think has now been watched like 60,000 times. So for little old me, who is not someone that has cajillion followers and trillions of viewers and minutes and all of that, that was a lot, right? That day, if you had told me in the future that there'd be 60,000 people that had watched that, I would have been like, yeah, no, whatever. But so it's resonated with a lot of people. So that first video was basically an introduction to Traveler's Notebooks. This is what they are, and then these are the many things you can do with them. And I had tons of samples, all of different projects, lists and different things that I had been using a Traveler's Notebook for. So I thought I didn't quite get out everything I want to say. I'll do one more. And pre-recorded another one. And then I was having so much fun, I thought, you know what? I think we should keep doing this. And what if I just tried to do this live instead of, pre-recorded? And the rest is history. So here we are 5 years later, still doing these when I'm not traveling. And I miss them when we don't do them. It has become such a part of my world and my life, and I always say I'm so selfish for doing this because I get so much out of these. This is my time when I play. It's social for me, even though I'm in a room talking to myself. I'm not really talking to myself because you guys are here, right? I wouldn't be acting any different if we were together, honestly. What you see is what you get here. So sometimes it's a little silly, and yeah. But I get so much out of it because it gives me an opportunity to be creative and to be crafty and to play and to be social and to be myself. And I just am so thankful that there are people that are still here that are still hanging out with us. So regardless of whether you joined us that very first fateful day, whether it was a year later, whether it was last week, because you guys find me. I don't know how, but you keep finding me, which I love so much because that helps our little community here grow, and it just has turned into such a wonderful place. So thank you. So that is kind of the backstory, right? That's the backstory. Back then, I didn't have any of my own products. I had a year prior left my job in the scrapbook industry, working full-time. I turned my side hustle into a full-time hustle, full-fledged gig. And I'd been doing that for a year when the pandemic hit. So at that time I was pretty much doing scrapbooking classes, project kits by mail, traveling and teaching. And then as we started doing our Saturday sessions, I'm pulling all different kinds of product from my stash and using this and using that. And people literally all over the world are watching because it was one of those really weird perfect storms, right? It was the pandemic. People were stuck at home. People were spending a lot more time on their hobbies because they couldn't do anything else. So many people found me through that, and I might be using product and people are like, what is that? Well, what are you using? Where can I get that? Well, I don't even know what that is. What is that adhesive? Like, where do I even find that? And like a little light bulb went off in my head and I'm like, oh, you know what? Like maybe I should be turning my store into a little bit more than exists and offering some different products from other manufacturers so that when I'm playing with things, people that need to play with things and need things to play with can get them from me. We did that for a while, and then I decided I was going to do a stamp. That very first stamp that I did, let me pull it out. Hopefully the back of my hair is not like a rat's nest. This guy, that was the very first stamp that we did, that Scattered Thought stamp set. And that stamp set came from this little guy. This is Scattered. This is Scattered Thoughts. This little guy came from a conversation during one of the lives that was kind of took place. Sam, our younger son, was home from college. Everyone was home, right? He had to come home from college. And he would just hang out in here with me as I was doing the lives. And we chit chat and banter, and it was just funny because he was just here being a typical 21-year-old that knows it all, and I don't think he was 21. He was probably 19 then. Telling me I didn't know what I was doing. You guys could hear him on camera, but it was just very real. It was real and it was fun. And so after one of the very first sessions, Sam said, "Mom, like, you're all over the place." And I'm like, "Dude, you come do what I'm doing. You try to be entertaining and be creating and telling and talking and all at the same time." And he's like, "Yeah, whatever. I could do that with one hand tied behind my back." And I'm like, "Okay, whatever." And so he's like, "Mom, you get off topic all of the time." And I said, "Yeah, I know I squirrel. That's just, no surprise. You've known me my whole life, Sam. I mean, your whole life. That's what it is." He's like, "Squirrel, what do you mean?" And I said, "Well, like in the movie Up with the dog, Grandpa, and then you have the dog, and the dog name is Doug, and Doug and Grandpa are at the park, and Doug is very intently listening to Grandpa as Grandpa's talking to him, and then Doug sees a squirrel, and he goes, 'Squirrel!' And that whole kind of saying of squirrel is where that came from. So that, you're going about your business, your day, and you get sidetracked and you squirrel. So I said, 'Oh my gosh, squirrel, that's great.' And so then that's how kind of the next week or that day, I went on to Amazon and found our little squirrel here, introduced him the next week and said, 'Okay, you guys, here's our little mascot.' And then you guys named him, and from then the rest is history. So here we are. Like I said, I'm so happy to have you here. I got a little sidetracked, no surprise, during during my 1 hour, which seemed like all of about 5 minutes. I did brush my teeth though, because I had a salad for lunch, and I thought I don't want to start out with like green things in my teeth. So I did get that done. Hopefully there's no green. One of the things that I did want to do during the break, which I'm just going to have to kind of estimate, since we started, we have done over 500 lists. All right, 5 years, we average about 100 lists a year. There are a few of you, and Mimi, I'm not sure if you're here. Oh, I do see you. Mimi, you've told me, I think you were pretty close to having done almost all the lists. Am I right? 500 or so. Some of you are brand new, and you're like, whoa, hold on. Like, what is this? This whole creative listing thing just like opened up your whole world. That's what it did with me. And I want to talk to you a little bit about where I first stumbled upon that. And then we, kind of started doing all of that. But, when I started doing creative listing, what really drew me to it, and I started in, let me see. Well, I've made lists my whole life. But what started the very first creative list that I did was 10 years ago. Oh my gosh, 10 years ago. Okay. And I'll show it to you. But I've been a list maker all of my life. It's just how my brain works. My brain, things rattle around. It's like a pinball machine, right? Bouncing from one thing to the next. And so back then, our kids were, 2015, right, in high school. I had kind of fallen away a little bit from my scrapbooking hobby. And fallen away in that the kids were getting older, and I was no longer following them around with the camera all the time when they were little, right? So I used to take tons of pictures when the kids were little, and I found when they started getting older, then I wasn't taking as many photos. Fast forward, Jack graduated, I think in 2018, and Sam in 2020, I don't know, 2019, anyhow. No, whatever it is. Anyhow, kids started graduating from high school. Nick and I became empty nesters. And I started to get, that was a whole transition in of itself. If you've been there, you know what I mean. But as I started kind of falling away a little bit from my scrapbooking hobby, it really made me sad because I enjoyed that process of creating and playing and adding photos and telling stories so much. But I had to really wrap my mind around what can I do differently because I don't have the same content, I don't have the same topics, kids and things that are my main subject matter. And that for me is really when this whole creative listing fell into play. It gave me back the joy and pleasure of being able to play with paper and stickers and stamps and die cuts and all that. But it gave me permission to play without feeling like I had to have pictures and photos and kids and things like that to the scrapbook. That is what I hear from many of you that reach out. You tell me, oh my gosh, I'm a paper lover. I've done paper crafting for years and years and years, but I started to fall away from the scrapbooking hobby because I just kind of the same thing, different stage of life, empty nesters, and so forth. And that has just resonated with so many people because it has, like I said, it's given me back a creative life again. What we do here when we're doing our creative listing is we're telling a story, right? You could call it scrapbooking, you could call it memory keeping, journaling, documenting, storytelling, planning, whatever it is. To me, it all falls under that same umbrella where we are telling a story. So the stories that we're telling when we're doing our creative lists are very different probably than stories that you've told before. One of the lists that we did in this morning's session was things that made me happy this month. So how often have you documented something like that, or documented what you wanted to be when you grew up, or your favorite toys as a kid, or one of the things that you admire most about some of your friends? So they're just a different type of storytelling, but it still falls under that same umbrella genre. So that is what we do here when we are together. And we have loads of fun and we laugh and I make mistakes all the time. And, because that's just life. Like this morning, technical issues, and it was just fitting that it was 5 years later. Anyhow, we worked it out, but we have loads of fun. So I thought we'd take a look at a couple of things. I will want to show you this, and I'm just going to, as I talk, I think it's more personal since normally we're always looking at my desktop. So I'm just going to hold some of these things up as we look at them. So this guy, this is Chunky. This was a custom leather traveler's notebook that I had. I ordered and purchased from someone. I don't even remember, it's been so long ago, but it's so chunky. The poor elastic doesn't have its elasticity anymore. But this is kind of my first foray into creative listing. As I said, the very first list that I did was back in April of 2015. And I started doing that with the Reset Girl. Some of you know or may have known or done things with her in the past, or even still, Corey Speaker, the Reset Girl. So she did something back then, and the very first day I started, when she started doing it, it was called Lister's Got a List. This is my very first list that I did. And it says, let's see, reasons why I love being a planner girl. And that's my list, right? So this was back, you do a list every day. So as I look through this is such a treasure because, I have all of these lists that basically still tell my story, right? Just in a different way. So back then, they were all pretty much single pages. What I loved about my job at that time, the finer things in life. Let's see, what I love most about myself, but I have so many of these. So that's really back 10 years ago, kind of when I started doing that. I did that religiously every day for about 3 months, and then, life, right? Life. And then when pandemic hit, we kind of, after I did those first couple of videos about traveler's notebooks and what they are, I probably actually did maybe 10 up front. Different ways to decorate, creating your own clips, creating your own dashboards, all different kinds of things like that. And then I think we moved into memory keeping in a traveler's notebook. So we're kind of scrapbooking in a traveler's notebook. And then I decided, it might be fun if we made a couple lists. So we did that. I figured out during the break because I wasn't quite sure the very first list that we did. I found it. The very first list that we did was started in June of 2013. not of 2013, 2020, June 13th, 2020. So between March and June, we were here on Saturdays, but I was doing the classes I talked about, dashboards and how to decorate your traveler's notebook and things like that. So this was a smells of summer. This one was favorite summer foods. I think this was the first one, summer bucket list. So things I want to do this summer. Now, there were not a lot of things that we could do that summer. I think I was probably still thinking that things would happen that summer, and they really weren't happening, but just lots of fun lists. So those were the very first lists that we did together 5 years ago. Like I said, 500. There are 500 of those, or now a little bit more than 500 of those lists that we've done. So these are seriously some of my most prized possessions because it's like a diary almost. I mean, it is, especially during the early days of COVID because things were so different then, right? All right. Another thing I thought it might be kind of fun to share because some of you, this is how some of you found me back then. During that same time, I was documenting the pandemic, and we called it COVID because that's what it was called back then, right? I was documenting COVID, and so I did a traveler's notebook. This is the way that I documented the pandemic, and I think I have flipped through videos of this here on the YouTube channel. I'm pretty sure, but basically, just really talking about, and this also was a great outlet for me because I was talking about like, what is it? Because we're all like, oh my gosh, what is the coronavirus? We had no clue, right? So just doing lots of documenting. A lot of people during that time were offering all kinds of free printables. That's something that Allie Edwards did. If you find this video here on my YouTube channel, I have links to all of those things. But one of the neatest things, a company called Persnickety Prints was doing these. And they did these every month. Kind of a recap for every month. I'm going to say for maybe about a year. I don't really remember exactly how long it was, but every month I would go, they were just free printables they had. I would go print that out. And now that's kind of a recap of month by month what was happening during the pandemic. But I was doing just also a lot of personal documenting. Here is, so from a full calendar with lots of travel to nothing. And so that was a picture of my little wall calendar, all full and then literally blank. This is still another one of my like most prized possessions that I have because this is like takes me back so much. It just, hopefully we never go through anything like this again because this was hopefully once in a lifetime, right? This was the little emergency alert the day we had the earthquake I told you about 2 days in or 3 days in. I did a little screenshot of the phone, but this is just kind of bucket list of things that I want to do during the pandemic. It was just a really neat thing. It was a lot of family time together, maybe a little bit of forced family fun, right? Different things I was doing. There we are. That was the very first class. So that was the 5 years ago. There we are. Well, there Nick and Sam in the living room. And but anyhow, so this was also for me a big part of that first couple of months during the pandemic. Things we were cooking, doing Zoom parties with friends, right? Since we couldn't get together, kind of a little bit of a new normal. I even got Sam to do a little bit of crafting with me. Didn't finish that, but that was something that he worked on. Anyhow, so it was a pretty special, I don't know, a little pretty special time. Hard time, but special time too, right? Anyhow, so that was also kind of a little bit back to the walk down memory lane, if you were with me during that part too. We'll do actually a list similar to this today, but you know what, I didn't even think about. I'm now going to turn it into a 2-page list because I'm going to add this too, I think. There was a lot of TV watching back then during the early days of the pandemic, right? And so watching like shows that we may not ever watch during any other time, like the Tiger King. Remember Tiger King? So just a little photos of the shows that we were watching back then. Of course, Princess Bride, because that's a family favorite. And then just did a little list about what we were watching. But this, just, you know, there we are. That's 6 weeks into the pandemic. Anyhow, yeah. So, that is how some of you know me. That's how some of you found me. Some of you have been with us for a really long time, way prior to the pandemic, from when you may have taken a scrapbook class or two from me in the past, but thought it might be kind of fun just to do a quick little walk down memory lane there. So what I would encourage you to do, and I will do this tomorrow in the Layla by Mail Facebook group. So if you are not part of that Facebook group when you're on Facebook, hop on over to Facebook. Search for the Layla by Mail Facebook group. Groups are private. You have to ask to come in. At least that's how I've set mine up. So just request to be added. Tomorrow I will go through those, add you. There's a lot of fun things that take place in the Facebook group. A lot of people sharing their lists that they're working on, which is so fun to see because you guys see what I do, but then that gives us an opportunity to see what other people do. Vicki Jones, who is someone that I have known through scrapbooking for many years, she posted something in the Facebook group the other day, which I thought was such a fun idea. She said, hey, in honor of the 5th anniversary, what if we all post a photo of our first list, right? Your first list could have been 5 years ago. Your first list could have been in 2023. Your first list could have been yesterday. But I thought that was such a great idea. So if you want to pop over to Facebook, get in the Facebook group if you're not, and post your first list. You'll see there's all different kinds of lists there, all different kinds of people doing all different kinds of things. So I promise you it is a judgment-free zone, and everyone just loves to see everyone's work. So Vicki, thank you for doing that. And Terry's here. Terry. So Terry, we figured out during the break, bless your heart, Terry, in the good way. Terry, I was able to set up as an admin here on YouTube. Terry offered to help kind of admin since Amy is out of town, and she'll be popping links in and things like that. So, but Terry also last Saturday posted a fun, started kind of a fun thread in the Facebook group about just asking people to comment like how long you've been around. Like, have you been here since day one, 5 years ago? Has it been a week, a month, 3 years, whatever it is? Because it's really fun to kind of see and read what everyone is saying. So if you guys want to do that too, it's just so fun to kind of see. All right, friends. So Terry is here twice. Terry will show up as me, it looks like. We were trying to figure this out. We're not sure why. When you see Layla by Mail, I think then she's adding the links. But then we also see Terry as in blue with a little wrench. We're not quite sure what's going on. We can, whatever we can get to work, all right? Okay, friends. So I have missed, I know, a whole bunch of the chat because I was talking this way. It's a little bit easier for me when the camera flips to glance at the chat and I can respond to the chat. But when I'm talking to like this, it's really important that I'm talking to you. All right, so let's talk about a couple things. If you missed the morning session, I mentioned briefly big sale, right? Big sale going on. A bunch of brand new products that just launched yesterday that are on sale through Sunday, March 23rd at midnight. All right, so you want to take advantage of that if you have not already. If you've already taken advantage of the sale and you see me use something and you're like, oh gosh, I should have added that to my cart, place another order. You will get charged shipping again. But when your orders ship, we will pack them together and we'll send you a refund for all but one of the shipping charges. And I say all but one because some of you do that more than once, which is totally okay, right? Totally okay. Shop away. You might hope that in your box, when your order arrives, and orders will take up to about 2 weeks. We have a lot of orders to get through. So we will be, and when I say we, I will be helping with orders. I haven't for about the last year. I have a team of Lily and Denise that do that, but there's so many orders that I'll be down there and we'll be all working our little fingers to the bone. So if you ordered earlier, like yesterday morning, your order will come sooner. If you order later, like Sunday night, your order will take a little bit longer, just kind of first in, first out. But you're hoping to see one of these in your box, all right? In your box, stapled to your order. If you are familiar with Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, then you know what this is. This is a golden ticket. In the movie Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, there were golden tickets placed in chocolate bars, and people were buying a lot of chocolate bars. I'm not telling you to place a lot of orders, but people were buying a lot of chocolate bars to try to get a golden ticket. In the movie, if you found the golden ticket, you were awarded a visit to the chocolate factory. Not only you, but a friend, okay? So I did this when we first released my first 3 Traveler's Notebook covers back about 1.5 years ago, I think. We did little golden tickets, and so golden tickets have come back. With the golden ticket, since we have new Traveler's Notebook covers again, You want to look for one of these in your order, because if you find one of these in your order, that means you get your choice of one of the 4 brand new Traveler's Notebook covers, and you get to pick a friend who also gets their choice. All right. I will tell you, originally I had planned for 3 of these. And the way that I planned for them, we sit down, Denise and Lily and I sat down on Thursday and said, okay, this is where the orders are today. We're going to pick future order numbers, right? Orders that hadn't been placed yet. And we picked 3 future order numbers and said, those will be the people that win the golden tickets. We don't know who they are because the orders haven't been placed yet. Well, by about 3 o'clock yesterday, all 3 were gone. I mean, all 3 order numbers had already hit. And I thought that we selected enough in the future, didn't. And so I'm like, well, that's no good. So I picked 3 more future order numbers. So now there's 6 of these. So watch for one of those. If you win one of those, we'd love to see it in the Facebook group, because then everyone else can help celebrate with you. So watch for those. There is also a free gift with purchase while supplies last. I think today we're still good. I know there won't be any more tomorrow, but just a nice little thank you. I've got a couple of different rolls of Lail by Mail washi that we'll throw one into your box. Just kind of a fun little way. I don't know where that went. Just kind of a fun little way for me to say thank you to you guys. So thank you. All right, are we ready? Let me take a quick look at the chat. As we rotate the camera, me, and Reggie, who's sleeping, and then Scatter the squirrel, who's here. As I get ready to rotate the camera. Oh, I don't know. I don't even know what I was going to say. I'll look at the chat really quickly before I do that, so I can just see who's here, and then I'll rotate the camera, and then we'll get going. How does that sound? Okay. All right. In the Matthew McConaughey way. I know, Kimberly said, what a great problem to have. Exactly, Kimberly. I know, right? Exactly. And that for me is so fun, because I get to see what people are ordering, what you guys are ordering, and things like that. So, yeah, it is a good problem to have. It is a good problem to have. I will tell you, because this is how my brain thinks, I'm a numbers person. I had to check really quickly during the break, and this now, March 2025, is now officially my best month ever. And you guys, it's only the 22nd. And that just, I can't even tell you, thank you so much. It's just, I'm just a girl. And it's all, I have no company behind me. It's just, I have no manufacturer behind me. It's just me with an amazing team of people now, which didn't exist at the beginning, but just thank you. I love what I do, and I feel so fortunate to be able to do what I do. Yeah, so thank you. Thank you. All right. Whew, okay. Yes. All right. Let me just scroll through the chat really quick. We'll rotate the camera and we'll keep playing. All right. So let's just see. There's lots and lots of comments. So if I missed your comment and you would like me to see it and you want to type it again in all uppercase, then give me a few minutes and then I'll see it. Susie, hello, Susie. Susie and I know each other from drive-through daiquiris in Louisiana, right? At an event that I was teaching at years ago. That was a whole story. I have so many stories. So many stories. Hello, Irene. Nice to see you. Cheryl remembers during COVID and looking forward to our lives. Like I said, I did too, and I'm so sincere when I say that. Otherwise, I mean, we're still doing them, right? We're 5 years in and still doing them. Someone, Tracy Corral, I believe, checked for us in the morning session and said about 250 lives. We've done about 250 lives since that first Saturday, which is awesome. And I don't say it's awesome because of me. I say it's awesome because of you being here. Because if you guys weren't here, I would not be doing it. I wouldn't be crafting, and that's the thing, right? That's the thing. All right. So Karen's here, Terry's here, Alice Wonder, Kathy Marie. Oh my gosh, you guys, so many people. I'm just gonna do this. I don't want to scroll through everybody, but I'm just scrolling through everybody. So like I said, comment all uppercase, I will see it. And I see a couple. I just saw, wait, Christy said something. Thank you, Christy. Oh my gosh, she said, you feel such a need in this industry, and I'm thankful for you and Lail by Mail. Thank you, Christy. But I will tell you, you guys, all the products that I design and that we manufacture are because I want them. I use every single one. It's because I want them. And that, I think that's what makes it a little bit unique, right? Because I see a hole and decide, let's figure out how to fill that hole. So thank you, Christy. I appreciate that so much, so much. Mary J. Blige. I give you guys all nicknames, right? And I just say, is that okay? And Mary J said, sure. Mary J. Blige just said, wish I had found you early in the pandemic, but you made me love scrapbooking again. Right? I can't tell you how many people I hear that from. And that makes me so happy. I can't even tell you, because I was there. I lost my love for the paper crafting hobby because I couldn't quite figure out how to fit myself into it again, because our kids were, grown and empty nesters. And so I had to figure out how to love it again. And I just love that for you guys that have found a love for it again because of this. We're just doing it different, right? We're just doing it differently than we used to do it, which is just good. Lisa, Deborah, thank you, Deborah, you are the most personable, honest, likable, down to earth creator. Happy to support you. That means so much to me. Thank you. Elise, Scrappy Hero. Thank you, my friend. Susie, 17 years, right? Some of you, we go back a really long time. I know. I just love that. Valerie, Marie. Oh my gosh, Marie, I'll never forget the little kitty cat that you gave me after Poe died. I still have him. All right, friends. Lisa, yes, I look forward to meeting you in Conroe. So some of you I'm going to see in Texas, Houston area, April for Little Craft Fest. And then I will be back in Houston again in Conroe for Crafting Through the Holidays. I think that's what it's called, right? Crafting Through the Holidays in October. So lots of fun things happening in Houston. Can you sign the idea book? Absolutely. So Teresa, and I'll answer this for anyone. I'm more than happy to sign your idea book. If you did not ask for that when you placed the order, please send an email, lailbymail@gmail.com, and ask for the idea book to be signed, and I will go and add that to your order. It's free, but I'll just add that line item to your order, so then we hopefully make sure that we pick that up, all right? But I'm more than happy to do that, for sure. Kimberly, thank you. That really means a lot. Kimberly said, I love how you connect with us and will remember when we are sick, have surgery. I try. And then sometimes I feel bad. Sometimes I'm like, oh my gosh, how did I forget to ask Pamela Grant again about her surgery after all that she went through last year, right? Or 2 years ago. I try to remember. So if I forget, please don't feel bad, because it's not you, it's me. All right, friends. Yes, happy to sign yours. Like I said, just shoot me an email, lailbymail@gmail.com, and ask me to sign your idea book. I'm going to totally do it. All right. Okay, Tracy. Sam and Kat. So it was Sam and his girlfriend, Anna. I did talk to Anna. Kat is Jack's fiance. Not that I expect you to remember that. I talked to Sam very briefly during the intermission, during our break. If you were not part of the first one, Nick walked in, and of course, Nick, sometimes timing. Everything was okay, but he walked in and said, hey, Sam and Anna just got in a car accident. And, I'm like, oh gosh, of course, you immediately, they're fine. Everything was good. They got rear-ended. They were driving Anna's car. But I did call Sam to make sure everything was okay. And here's Sam. Mom, I'm eating. What do you want? Can I call you later? And I'm like, okay, Sam, just really quick, because I'm going to be unavailable for the next many hours because I'm going back on. And he's like, okay. And I said, are you guys okay? Yes, we're okay. What happened? We got rear-ended. I said, who was driving? And he said, I was. And I'm like, Sam, wait a minute. This morning you were chatting in YouTube. Please tell me you were not texting and driving at the same time. And he goes, no, Mom, no. I was driving Anna's car, and Anna, so Sam is in YouTube under Sam, and he said, Anna was typing everything for me. And I'm like, okay, good. So they are good. They're fine. Everything's good. I don't know anything about the car or the rear ending or anything. I just know that they got rear-ended. So I just need to remind Nick too. Nick, when I'm live, if it's really important and I need to know, absolutely, please tell me. But please don't tell me something like that when I'm in the middle of a live, because if everything's okay, I'd just rather know later than, not during. But it's okay. It's all right. All right, friends. I think we are ready to go. Terry, I did. Yes, I had a yummy salad with some good chicken protein. So we should be good to go. I do need to make sure I keep hydrating because I get a little headache. All right, friends, I think we're ready. I did do a little bit of creative work during the break too. So I don't know. I had an idea, and so I'm like, I'm going to jump on it because I had an idea. I did a couple more things on the list that we were working on before we ended. So let's do this. I need to turn off the overhead lights, rotate the camera, and then we will pick up where we left off. Okay? Okay. So let's just rotate that. Are we good? Oh, yes, we're good. Okay, good. Good, good, good. Let me just make sure that is nice and straight-ish. Straight-ish, right? Oh, sorry, Reggie. Did not mean to disturb you, buddy. I think what we need to do, though, I think we should probably start with a prize. What do you think? So I'm closing my eyes. When I open my eyes, the person that left the most recent comment is the person that wins the first prize. And that is Zen Girls. Zen Girls. Way to go, Zen Girls. All right. I'll tell you what you won. Let me look at my list because I probably need to know that. Oh, okay. We're starting off big again. The first on my list is, let's take a hydration break really quick. Okay. How about that? Oh, and thank you, Colleen. Yep, because you knew I would forget. There's Zen Girls prize. Let me plug us in. So Zen Girls. Now Zen Girls, I'm trying to remember. Is it Robin? I'm not sure. Robin, you may already have this. You may have emailed me early this week and we were talking about something. I don't remember. So if you already have it, just let me know. Well, email me and then we'll go through it that way. But this is the winter spring season pass. All right. So this is something brand new I started doing in December. We have 2 season passes now. You have winter spring, and just last week, spring summer was released. So what you have here, all packaged in one of the nice little 13 by 13 craft storage pouches. You have 12 by 12 papers for the season, January, February, March. You have die cuts that are exclusive. So papers are exclusive, die cuts exclusive, word strip stickers, stamps. Yeah, I think that's about it. I think I probably forgot 1 or 2 things, but anyhow. So that is what Zen Girls just won. Is it Robin? I think. Zen Girls, please send me an email, lailbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put winner, winter spring season pass. And then in the body of the email, please include your mailing address and we will get that shipped out to you. I'm saying you guys prizes probably in about 3 weeks. Probably going to take us about 2 weeks to get through orders because there are a lot of them. Thank you. That's a good problem to have. So prizes will probably take about 3 weeks. Yes, Joe, we for sure can see Reggie before we finish. Just remind me, he is sleeping on a chair right now, like right next to me. He is like zonked out. You would think that I like drugged him. I did not, but you'd think I did. Nick thinks that he's like hypnotized by my voice because he'll sit in here with me for hours. And then when he is, as soon as I finish talking, like literally as soon as I turn off the video, then he pops right up and then he wants attention. So it's kind of funny. All right. So lots more prizes, my friends, lots more prizes. And Carrie, thank you. Carrie's so sweet. She said, I'm telling you, the season pass is completely amazing. Thank you. You guys can, I think, oh yes, she did. I love it. Terry just popped in. It's under my name, Lail by Mail, but she just popped in, I believe, the season pass link. Terry, will you do me a favor? We didn't have a chance to talk about this in all of the haste. Will you put what it is you're linking to first? So will you write in like season pass and then put the link, and then we know exactly what it is. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So when we finished up the morning session, should we take a look at what we did in the morning session? I think we should. We got through 2.5 lists this morning. The first one that we did, we started out with a then and now, right? Only appropriate, just seemed fitting. So 5-year difference, kind of what was happening back then, and comparing that to kind of the way things are right now. Used the focus stamps for the numbers, and then used opposites attract for then and now. Pulled in some of Vicky's products to make that list. So Just a nice comparison contrast of where we were and where we are now. Our second list that we did, things that made me happy this month, right? So just some kind of whatever makes you happy. This type of list I find is really helpful to sometimes go back on, or sometimes to reflect upon when things seem like they're really bad or you're having a really hard time. It's kind of like the Mr. Rogers quote, right? When he says, when things are really, oh gosh, what is it? No, I totally lost it. Look for the helpers, right? Look for the helpers. The helpers, when things get really hard, look for the helpers. It's almost like the same thing. When things get really hard, look for the light. Look for the light. Look for the things that make you happy. And they don't have to be huge, big things, right? They can be things like, they can be small things like, oh my goodness, it is daylight savings. And so we have an hour extra of daylight right now, right? Which is huge. Last night, Nick and I were at dinner, 7:30 at night. I looked out the window and it was still light and it made me so happy. So just maybe think about things that make you happy. And if you want to go an extra step and document them, then great. All right, so our third list we were in the middle of, and I did a little bit more work on this during the break. So let me just get these little guys put away. Our third list is about some of my friends. All right, some of my friends, oopsie, I pressed those little guys down. Some of my friends and what makes them special. So when we left, I had cut out some of these little ladies, and I cut those ladies out from this, the things to cut out and collage, that big book, right? So basically it's almost like just a big magazine that has a whole bunch of different nouns, people, place, things, foods, animals, transportation devices, plants, whatever it is. So I cut those I cut those 5 ladies out from that book. And I thought that might be kind of fun to use when we are talking about, or when I'm talking about my friends. I used the in the box stamp set to create those little boxes and the coordinating dies. During the break, I used the Reggie Alpha Large Lowercase Solid. This is one of the new stamp sets that was released yesterday on the 21st. And I stamped in a very light ink in Lost Shadow. So I stamped the first initial of my friends that I'm going to write in what makes these ladies in my life special. And then I wrote their names. So I wasn't quite sure how I wanted to do the title. I wasn't quite sure how I wanted to word the list. And I was working on all of this. This kind of hit me. Friends, what makes them special? So I used some alpha stickers from that Paper House Alpha Books, the classic block. And I used just the black ones. These I might need to. Let me just press them down. I may need to come back and add a little bit of adhesive behind those later. We'll see. So there we have it. And then I just wrote the rest of the title. What makes them special? Because I was working on a pattern paper, I'm like, how am I going to do this, right? I don't want to do another block because that'd make it a little bit too blocky if my title was in a block as well. So we'll use some really dark black alpha stickers. And then I just made a little word strip. And then there we go. All right. So now I am ready to add to my list the things that makes each of my friends special. Originally I had said talented or traits, but really when I kind of stepped back, it's just these are the things that make them special. So let me grab my book over here and I'm just going to start filling it out. I think you might only know one of these people. I think you know Vicky Booten. You probably, I've talked about my friend Allison a number of times. And so when we get there, I'll talk about all my friends this way, all right? I actually have talked about these ladies as well in my life. We'll see if you remember. All right, Sherry, my friend Sherry. Sherry and I met in college. So we met in 1986. We were in sorority together. And she's still my dearest friend, my closest friend. Our kids grew up together. Her husband was one of Nick's fraternity brothers, so we like have built-in husband friends as well. But she is a pretty amazing person, and how do you know Karen Petrowski? Mimi, do you know Karen she's popped in, especially in the early days. She would pop in a little bit, maybe. I'm impressed. And here's the thing. I probably have never told any of these friends what I think makes them special. So this is kind of a fun way for me to document it, and then I probably need to go tell them, right? That'd be a good idea to tell them, because we should tell people in our lives. Now, friends may not work for you. Maybe this is coworkers, maybe it is your family, maybe it is pets, whatever it is. So if friends doesn't quite work for you, you can always change up a list to make it work. Maybe they're author. Maybe you love to read, and maybe these are your favorite authors and what make them special to you, or maybe favorite actors or actresses, or it could even be places. Maybe you just swap friends out for something else. Places, what makes them special. People, places, things, food, authors, actors, and so forth, right? Yes, Alpha Chi Omega. Marilee and I figured that out, that we're both Alpha Chi's. That's the sorority I was in. All right, so Sherry, what makes Sherry special? Sherry, you know what? I actually probably don't want those little things there. Sherry is so generous. That's a weird one to start with, but if you knew Sherry, that's just, and she's generous in a lot of different ways. Generous, caring. She is detail oriented. She is very kind-hearted. She sees the potential in others. She is compassionate. And charitable. That's my friend Sherry. Sherry is Deborah. We knew that, right? I think didn't we figure that out, that we're the Alpha Chi's? I think we shared that. I think we did, right? So Sherry, when I say she sees the potential in others, Sherry is the friend who, well, first of all, she and her husband set Nick and I up. So we have them to thank for that. But she is the one that pushed me so hard when I didn't think I was ready to turn my side hustle into a full-time thing. She is the one, I will never forget that day. She just would not quit. She would not let up. Why not now? Why not now? Why not now? And I kept saying, I can't. And she finally basically battered me into it. But it was exactly what I needed. I needed someone to say, Lael, it is time. You are good enough. You are strong enough. And gosh darn it, people like you. You know, that whatever the Jack Handy thing is. But she was huge, well, really the person that really pushed me off of the ledge to go do that. So yes, good for her. I know, right, Dawn? Yes. All right. Next one. The next one is Vicky. So lots of you know Vicky Booten. Vicky and I have been friends for about 20 years. Terry, I love it. Terry said, please thank her for all of us. I love it. Thank you. Linda May, it was a scary step to take. It really was, right? Because I was at my full-time job at Simple Stories. I'd worked there for 6 years. I was very comfortable there. Everything was good. But I had really worked myself into 2 full-time jobs because I worked full-time for Simple Stories, but then also my side hustle. And my side hustle was a lot. And basically, the family had an intervention. Jack and Sam, who this was 6 years ago, April 1st, I kid you not, April 1st. This was 6 years ago, April 1st, was my first day first day of mail by mail, really my side hustle into a full-time thing. But really what prompted that was the end of, I don't know, 20, whatever year that was, 2018 maybe. Jack and Sam and Nick and my mom sat me down, and Jack and Sam were teenagers, and they basically had an intervention with me and said, you've got to stop this. You can't keep doing this to yourself. You're working night and day and this just doesn't work. And so I said, okay, after the first of the year. And then that's when my friend Sherry really, really pushed. So it was good. It is hard to let things go, and it's hard to let good things go, because I loved my job at Simple Stories and I loved the people there. But it was just something that I had to, it was time. It was just, I couldn't do both, and I had to make a choice, and that seemed to me like the logical choice. All right, so Vicki and I met, oh my gosh, Vicki and I met back in the days of twopeasinAbucket.com. Who remembers that website, right? Vicki reached out and sent me a private message one day and said, I like your hair. And I messaged her back and I'm like, oh my gosh, I love your hair. And then we were like instant friends. Not long after that, there was a trade show. It was a trade show in Chicago, Rosemont. And Vicki was at the trade show and she came to the booth. I was working at Scenic Route back then. She came to the booth and she brought her giant scrapbook album, one of her albums, and she plopped it open and she said, I just wanted to show you my work. And I was in charge of the design team back then. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you do amazing work, right? And so invited her to become part of the design team. And then the rest was history, right? 20 years later, at least 20 years later. We're the same person in two different countries, really. We both do the same roughly business, right? Different, but the same. We're both in the same. Our husbands are so much alike. It's not even funny. We both have 2 kids. We are very similar in some ways. In other ways, we are night and day different, which is good, right? It's good to have friends that you have a lot of similarities with and a lot of differences. So Vicki she's always there for me no matter what. There are things I can talk to Vicki about that I really don't talk to some of my other girlfriends about. And that's okay, right? You have different friends for different things, but she is always there for me, absolutely no matter what, hands down. I know if I called her tonight and said, Vicki, I'm in trouble, I need you to fly to Utah tomorrow, she'd be like, I'm on it. I'll see you tomorrow. And I should say all of these women are like that. It's not that my other friends wouldn't do that, but she's just always there for me no matter what. And it's so lovely to have a friend like that, or to have friends or family or people in your life like that. I feel very fortunate. She is an incredibly talented designer and artist. What she does blows my mind. I mean, the things that she can do with the paintbrush, I'm like, holy cow, that I don't even know how. Oh gosh, what else did I have on my list? How do I word this? Really, she will be my ride or die. That's probably the easiest way to say that. You know, when you say that you have ride or die friends, she's like my ride or die friend, right? Okay, so that's Vicki. That's Vicki Booten. She can make a mess look amazing. Linda, that's the perfect way to put it, right? That is the perfect way to put it. Is Nick on again? Nick, an hour. Oh, hey, I think that's a good idea. Probably time for another prize, right? Okay. All right. That is good. So let's do another prize. And then we'll keep going. So the next prize on the list is one of the 4 new Traveler's Notebook covers. And that is, let me just scooch over here. That is this one. This beauty. This is the black and This is the black and cream scallop. Oh my goodness, Lael, get the words out. Black and cream scallop. All right. So those are two different pieces. This is a second layer that is stitched on. So it's just beautifully put together, beautifully manufactured. There's a nice little white cream border all the way around, contrasting stitching up here. And then when you open it up, as all of my Traveler's Notebook covers are, it is very neutral inside. So neutral inside for a reason, so that you can put anything in there and it goes with anything. You could put Halloween in there, you could put Christmas, you could put your bills in there, whatever you want to put in your Traveler's Notebook, and it's very neutral in the center. So that's always really important. All right, and gosh, so fast, but Terry just propped that in. That went into the chat. If you, goodness, I hope I didn't need that sticky note that just flew off. If you haven't seen any of the new products, and I'll continue to give more new ones away, they are, go to laelbymail.com and click what's new. All right, that's the easiest way to find them. The big red bar that's at the top of the page. Okay. Oh yeah, maybe I should say who the winner is. I was just ready to go on. I think you guys would probably stop me very quickly before I did that. All right, stopping at Jolene. Oh, Jolene. And you know what, Jolene, now that you just sent me an email, I believe yesterday, and Jolene said something. I think, let's see if we remember this. I think Jolene said, Lael, will you please sign my idea book? And then she said, if you want to sing while you're signing it, that's okay too. Because you know, Jolene, like the Dolly Parton song, I will not sing it to you because I am not a singer. I would really like you guys to stick around. I don't want to drive anyone away from my singing voice. So, oh, you know we want to sing it though, don't we? Jolene, 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 Jolene. Please don't take my man. Yep. Okay. Congratulations, Jolene. And I hope that was you. I mean, I don't know how many Jolenes that I have, but I think that was probably you. So congrats, Jolene. So Jolene, and this goes for anyone that wins a prize. If you win a prize, please email laelbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line of that email, please put winner and then your prize. Yeah, it is Jolene. I love it. So Jolene will write winner, black, or she could just write black scallop TN or whatever. And then in the body of the email, Jolene, please give your address. Now, if, I know you placed an order because you told me. So just in that, say, please add to my order, and we'll pop it in the box. That'll be easy. All right. Mimi said she just got a weird message on the chat. It read, you have been sending too many messages. Take a break and try again. Oh gosh, darn it, darn it, darn it. Oh, you're good, Terry. Terry, you don't need to do better. Like anything. You are just such a huge help. I appreciate it. All right. So don't be sad if you are not Jolene, because I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's still 9 more prizes for this afternoon session, the live session. And then there's all the after party prizes too. Okay. Vikaj, I think we had a conversation with this, and I think you said that's not how you pronounce it, but that's how I like it. So that's what I'm going with. She said, I'm at the middle of my Traveler's Notebook and the pages keep falling out. What do you do to add them back in? That is a great question. You have done nothing wrong. That is just what happens when you start adding stuff, right? When you look at, like this guy, when you look at how thick that is and how much I have added in there, there's no way that those little staples could hold all of that together. So I work with that until I am full, until my Traveler's Notebook insert is full. In fact, this one, it has happened to, this is the one that we're working in currently. But look at that, those center pages, just that center one right now, it popped out of the staples, and it, it can only hold so much. So I continue to work with that until I am completely done, until it's full. When it is full, I take off the cover like that, and then I recover it. So I just take a piece of pattern paper, a 12 by 12, because I want it to be a little bit wider. When I cut it, I want it to be wider than the pages, because when you look at that, the pages stick out, right? So I want it to be wider than the pages, and then I stitch it back up. There is a video here on my YouTube channel. It may be easier to find if you go to laelbymail.com and look for free classes. There is a video that I've done where I show you how to do that whole process, where I take out the staples, get everything back together, and then I stitch it up with a blunt nose needle and some wax thread. And then that way it's all nice and contained, and the edges don't stick out. But that's just what happens. That's what you get for being so creative and adding so much stuff to it, right? All right. Bookbinding guide. Yes, the bookbinding guide also is a tool that I use, and you'll see that it's on the website, and you'll also see that on the that I use that in the video. But you don't have to use it. It's just a tool that I like to use to do it. All right. Okay, so back to this. We're now ready for my friend Karen, and Mimi was right. Karen Petrowski. So Linda May, I love the way you put that. Linda May said, I love it when mine fall apart. It means I have been busy listing, right? Fantastic. Okay, my friend Karen Petrowski. Her husband is also one of Nick's fraternity brothers and one of Sherry's fraternity brothers. So we all go back way far. Sherry and Sherry's husband and Nick and I go back to college. So like 1986. Now, Karen didn't come into the fold until later. When Nick and I got married is when I met Karen. So in 1995. So 1986, probably early 2000s for Vicky. And then Karen would be 1995 because we met at my wedding, the wedding. Things about Karen. So what makes Karen special? Karen is... she's one of the most innovative friends and people, really, I've ever met. I call her a serial idealist. Meaning, she has so many ideas, so many product ideas. You can't even, her brain, I don't even know how it works. But she has, it's unbelievable. If you've ever been in, usually you see them in like airport bathrooms. For people that have little kids, the little like metal stools that kind of come down from underneath so the child can step onto that to wash their hands instead of you trying to hold them up. She had that idea probably 5 years before those hit the market. She'd actually been talking to someone about making a prototype, and then it just kind of didn't go anywhere. And then the next thing you know, they're in every airport in America and in some like restaurant bathrooms. So she is constantly has ideas, and she is just brilliant when it comes to things like that. She is thrifty. And what I mean by thrifty, she's thrifty in two ways. Thrifty, she loves thrifting. She loves going to estate sales, but she's also really thrifty in that opposite of me, I love to shop. She loves to shop too, but she loves to find the bargains and things like that. So another thing that makes her special that I admire about her. She is... she's crafty and smart and incredibly organized. And that's my friend Karen. Let's see. Pam, I love that. Pam said, I love that we are doing a page to document our friends and how special they are. So we've been doing lists for 5 years. What we said, we've done about 500 lists. Listing topics. Sometimes people will say, where do you come up with all your list topics? Sometimes you guys suggest them. Sometimes they hit me over the head in the middle of the night. And then I also look for lots of little games and things like that. Like, those little card decks that are like conversation starters that you pull. I think this one came out of one of those. And it said something like talents my friends possess or something like that. And that's where this one came from. So always on the lookout for topics like this, because again, We're documenting, we're telling a story that we probably haven't told. We're probably telling things about people that maybe we've never told them before, right? But then the best part of it, we're also playing and being creative and filling our creative cup that way, right? All right. Um, Nina, I love it. Nina said, I placed my first order, not sure where to start, but this looks fun. I like to make notebooks and mini scrapbooks. List sounds like a good addition. Absolutely. I am in a little craft fest. I'm teaching 2 classes. One of the classes is an introduction to creative listing. So as soon as I teach that, I will turn that into a class here that you guys can access, especially if you're new. That class is loaded with product. So the class that I do, I'll make available here for free. It just won't have all the product with it. Obviously, you could add the product if you want, but it'll really give you a good kind of background on creative listing, and then kind of a lot of ideas on maybe starting points, because that's where some people get hung up. Where do I start? And I just say, just pick a list and start. And then when I say that, most people look at me and they're like, yeah, well, that's not really what I meant. I could figure that out, but I would really like to know how to start. So it's coming, because I'm doing it in April, and then it'll be available after that. All right. All right. And Terry, I love what you just said. Terry said, hey, squirrels, let's take a page out of Lael's book, pun intended, and let at least one of our friends that we appreciate, let at least one of our friends know that we appreciate them. Let's spread those glimmers, right? And we'll talk about glimmers. We'll talk about glimmers on one of our next lists. All right. So my friend Kathy, in fact, I'm going to have to take a list. I'm going to take a picture of this list and send it to my friends so they know. Oh, really, I should tell them, and then I'll send them the picture, because, I should tell them first. Linda May, you're right. 2 things, something to write with and something to write on, right? That's what we say. That's all you need to get started. Something to write with, something to write on, and then you decide where to take it from there. My friend Kathy, also a sorority sister. So we knew each other in sorority, and then Kathy moved. Kathy and Sherry remained very good friends. And then over the years, Sherry has kind of pulled Kathy into our friend group. Sherry, Kathy, Karen, the 3 of us. And also the husbands all get along, which is just bonus, right? That is such a bonus, which is fantastic. So my friend Kathy is like the best word for her. And this will make me want to cry. She is uplifting. One of the best words I can use to describe Kathy is uplifting. She makes me want to be a better person. It's just, I don't know. There is something so special about this woman. It's just uplifting. And what an incredible trait to have, to be an uplifting person. She just lifts everybody up around her. And it just, I wish she lived here. I wish she lived. Karen and Sherry both live here. Kathy lives in Colorado. I wish Kathy lived here. I have never once walked away from a phone call or an interaction with Kathy where I don't feel better, just because she's that kind of person. Okay, what else about Kathy? She's very encouraging. She's positive. She's inspiring. And she's knowledgeable. So sometimes what we say about Kathy is, Kathy knows. You have a question about skincare? Ask Kathy. Kathy knows. You have a question about you need new pillows. What pillows does she love? What she's done all the research about everything. Kathy knows. We always say Kathy knows. You need to know. Ask Kathy. Kathy knows. Okay, Stephanie Hackney, you know a Kathy in Colorado. What is your Kathy's last name? Let's see. Wouldn't that be crazy if it was the same person? Pamela said, I have had a friend like that for 52 years. Can't wait to see her in 3 weeks, right? Louisa said, love friends like that. Margaret said she's very new at listing, but you love these ideas. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Oh my gosh. Kathy's maiden name just popped into my head. And then my friend Kathy in high school. Holy cow. Oh, no, it's not. Kathy's name starts with an M. Kathy's last name starts with an M, but it's not like McDonald or something like that. She's blonde. We'll see, Stephanie. I don't want to necessarily throw her name out there. Kathy Mercer. Kathy Mercer's her name. That would be hilarious, wouldn't it? All right, Allison. My friend Allison. My friend Allison. She is, I don't know. It's like we met at a scrapbook store. We met at a scrapbook store about 26 years ago. I was there scrapbooking with my friend Jessie. We met on 2Ps. We learned that we both lived in Utah. And I told Nick I was going to go scrapbooking with someone I met on the internet. And back then, that was a big deal. He's like, you're doing what? We went to the scrapbook store in Utah. We were scrapbooking. There were probably 20 people there. We met Allison, and Allison, anyhow, she is, and it's just one of those things that if she had Stephanie, it's not the same person, is it? No. Do you mean same as in some of the best people live in Colorado? Is that what you mean? Oh, we've got to figure this out. Stephanie. Oh, Kathy's a brunette. Okay, that would have been so weird, right? So Allison. I have not seen Allison probably in at least 10 years. Allison pops into my life just when I need her. She sent me a text the other day. She's a cheerleader. For me, she is a cheerleader. She is, let's see. She always is so complimentary of what I'm doing, and just one of those things. Again, like I said, she pops into my life when I need it and says the most kind words to me, and she is just so special. She's a cheerleader. She is an amazing mother. I have never met anyone like her who is a better mother. Like, she would be, like, when you look up mother in a dictionary, her face should be there, because that's Allison. I won't tell you why, but it's just an incredible story, but it's not my story to tell. She is an amazing mother. She truly cares about other people. She's nurturing. That was like the perfect word for her. She's nurturing, supportive, patient, compassionate, dedicated, and kind. And that's my friend Allison. Louisa, it is. Meeting Allison is a divine appointment. Yep. Right. And Nick and I were talking, because, we talk about the list. And he's like, when is the last time you saw Allison? I'm like, oh my gosh, I bet it's been at least 10 years. Now, Allison likes to list. And I know Allison's not here today because she is at her daughter's dance competition. And I don't know if she'll see it or not, but I will tell her all those things that I appreciate about her. She's well, Vicky too, Vicky crafts, right? But none of my other friends craft. They're not, I mean, Karen crafts, but not like we craft, right? But there you go. So those are some special things about my friends. And I feel incredibly fortunate to have these women in my life. All right, so I think I may do a little roller date stamp. Today is March 22nd. I am pulling you guys along with me in the world of junk journaling, right? So we've dabbled in it a little bit, right? We've dabbled in it just a little bit. Some of you kicking and screaming. Some of you are like, oh, I've been doing it for years, Lael. But we're going to start just pulling some things like this into some more of our lists. Because I can't even tell you how excited I get when we do things like this. When we're doing, when we're using like some paper crafting product, right? I just want to grab something here real quick. My row of like 1,000 traveler's notebooks here. Where did it go? Oh, I know. I had it yesterday. Sorry to step away for a minute. I just need to find this. Because I want to show you guys what I mean when I talk about junk journaling. This will be away. I'll show you this one instead. Junk journaling, some people call it glue book or glue booking. So when I travel, which is a lot, I like to collect all the things. And when I say collect all the things, I mean all the stickers, all the postcards, all the brochures, all of those things. And I have bags upon bags upon bags of those things. So last year, the beginning of the year, I decided, you know what, I got to start figuring out something to do with all this because it's just, sitting there and I really should do something. So I decided I was going to start a new traveler's notebook and I was just going to start putting in a bunch of the things that I collect, right? So different postcards that I picked up, different stickers from stores, working in some of our paper crafting product, right? But really doing a lot of things like this. So this was a trip that Nick and I took to Hawaii, one of his business trips last year in 2024. And stickers that I bought along the way, cutting up the little travel notebook or travel brochures and different things like that. So this to me, it's a totally different way of documenting, but this fills my cup just as much as this does, right? In fact, this sometimes is way easier for me to do because it's like there's no rules. I'm like in 3rd grade again and I have my little glue stick out and I'm cutting things with my scissors and just smacking them down. So we will still do it in kind of a structured format like this around our list, but kind of starting to incorporate a little bit more of this as we are continuing our listing as we go because, 5 years, I got to keep switching things up somehow, right? So we won't do it on all of our lists, but you'll start seeing me do a little bit more of that kind of style in some of the things. All right. All right. And just, we ease into it, right? So our regular list, but just cutting out a couple of those ladies from that book that I showed you, that Things to Cut Out and Collage book. I have those. I got a couple left still, I think, but only a couple left. But you can find things like that. You can go to the library. Sometimes libraries have sales on old magazines, or they're giving away old magazines, or thrift stores or garage sales where people are like, here's the stack of 812 magazines for 50 cents. Grab them because this just it opens your world into so many different things that you can add by just little cutting out things, right? There's one little thing here I want to show you. And here, that's not to say that you can't continue to use, because I'll continue to still use a lot of paper crafting product too, but it's kind of a fun way to kind of just broaden our horizons. This was something that came in the mail. And I saved this, right? So this is basically just junk mail. It's an ad. And when I looked at this, I thought, you know what is so cool about this? I love this part, right? I'll cover that up with something. She doesn't need to be in the center there, right? She's not the center of attention. But when you look at it that way, like what a cool frame kind of that I could put down on my traveler's notebook. And then, I don't know, maybe my list is in there and add a couple of cut apart pieces around that. So it just kind of helps you to look at things a little bit differently. Maybe look at junk a little bit differently, you know, like a junk journal. Okay. All right, so that was our third list. Let's go ahead and put that one back in. Or not back in, I'll add it in now. Once I start to get way deeper into an insert like this, I'll start to do more in my list. I call this off the page, where we'll work on them this way and then adhere them back in, just because it starts to get a little difficult working on that side. Not that you can't do it, because I do that all the time, but we'll add them in now. And then when we talk about all you need is something to write with and something to write on, really you get some glue, and it could even be a glue stick. A lot of people that do junk journals, that's also why it's called glue booking, because you can use a glue stick. You don't need a lot, especially like I said, if you're cutting apart magazines and fun things like that, which I know might seem a little odd for me to say, since, you know, I have a whole business surrounding product, but I just want people to play. I want people to play. I want people to have fun. I want people to rediscover their joy for this, right? Because life is hard. Life is hard. We need to have joy. We need to be able to have joy in hobbies. All right. Here we go. So I don't even know. I was looking for something last night. I must have Googled something about hobbies. And, you know, AI. These days, when you Google anything, AI tells you what it thinks the answer is. And it tells you that it's AI. So AI spits back at me. Here are some popular hobbies. And it had geocaching, and it had, you know, model trains. And then one of the things it said was beetle racing. Beetle racing. And I'm like, beetle racing? What the heck is beetle? Like with little beetles? Like little bugs? Do the people have races with beetles? I don't know. I thought that was interesting that AI came back with that. So I don't really know if that's a hobby or if that's just one of the quirks about AI. VWs? Beetle racing. I don't know. It didn't say though, but I don't think it would say that. Wouldn't you think it would say like Volkswagen bus racing or Volkswagen racing? I don't know. Okay, really I should have. Okay, now you know what's going to happen. I'm going to have to go Google that later. Beetle racing, and I'm afraid to see what I'll find. But again, it's AI. So it probably saw something and, you know, threw that out there. Beetle racing. Yeah. Carla walked into a fun conversation. Yes, Carla, what you missed is that starting when we're listing again, we will be doing beetle racing. So I'm going to go figure out where to buy beetles, and we'll have little beetle races here on my table, okay? And then we can bet to see who wins. And then it'll be interesting because Reggie will probably want to eat them. And then that'll be like a horror movie. And yeah. All right. Let me talk about what I just did here. I just got very sidetracked there. I know, beetle races, don't you? Who knows? So let's get back to the topic at hand. What I did here. Once I get deep into an insert, right? The pages start curving. The pages start curving. Colleen, she said she has heard of beetle bug racing many years ago in Hawaii. It was a specific type of bug. They painted numbers on their backs. Wow. Who knew? Okay. Yeah, Marie, that was quite the squirrel moment and a rabbit hole moment, right? All right, let's get back to what we're doing here. Although, that's what happens. I tell you, you guys, it's a constant stream of consciousness. When you are live for this long, if it pops into my head, it just comes out. So, all right. So what I did here, Once you get deeper into your insert, the pages start curving. And so if I just use my regular adhesive, it tends to want to lift, right? Gravity, we all know gravity. Gravity takes place and it wants that side wants to lift. So I use double-sided tape or score tape, all right? So what I've done, I added my double-sided tape or score tape, and you'll notice I only revealed a little bit of the sticky, maybe a third, in each of those strips. And I have put the part that I pulled off, it's just sticking out the edge, like little tabs that I can access in a minute. Going to turn this upside down because I'm right-handed. It's much easier for me to do it this way. So because only a little bit of that sticky is revealed, that gives me a little bit of wiggle room here so that I can move this around until I get it straight-ish, right? Straight-ish. That looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. Now I can press down to the areas where it's revealed and then gently pull that little tab out. And now it's nice and it will stick really well. My friend Joey that works for Photoplay taught me that trick. And that when she taught me that, I'm like, that is genius. Photoplay makes a lot of like these little makers series books that you can put together. You use a lot of that double-sided tape. And so that is, if you've ever worked with double-sided tape before, and the first time you set it down and it is not straight and you realize, oh my gosh, now I'm cooked because it's sticky. It's never going to move after that. It's just a nice handy dandy little trick. All right, so there we go, my friends, and what makes them special. Okay, I think it is time for a prize. So guess what? You didn't even know this was coming. The person that just left a comment is Teresa V. Teresa V, I switched it up a little bit there, didn't I? You didn't even know the prize was coming. Teresa V, you win one of the new habit tracker inserts. One of the new habit tracker inserts. So I talked about that a little bit this morning. I showed it yesterday during the live, but that little insert is based on the way that I kind of track my habits. And a lot of people were asking for that. And so I had an insert made out of it. So Teresa V, if you will, please shoot me an email, lailbymail@gmail.com. And in the subject line, put winner habit tracker. And in the body of the email, please include your mailing address and we'll get that sent off to you. It'll probably take, I've been saying all the prizes, you guys, will probably take about 3 weeks. We probably have a good 2 weeks ahead of us in getting orders out. So prizes we will get out as soon as we get the orders out. And thank you for the reminder, hydration break. That is so important, friends. So join me and have a quick sip of water or whatever you're hydrating with, okay? Speaking of hydrating, another kind of hydrating. In an hour and a half, we're going to take another hydration break, but that is going to be a toast. So whatever you would like to toast with, an adult beverage, whatever your favorite beverage is, a tea, a Diet Coke, coffee, whatever it is, we'll be doing that at 4 p.m. Pacific time. Because guess what? It's 5 o'clock somewhere at 4 p.m. Pacific time. It's 5 o'clock in Utah where I am. So that's our plan. Linda May says a whiskey sour. I don't think I've ever had that. The color of my nails. Yes, that's always a topic of conversation. Let me just clean my hands because I can see that I have some blue tinted hands here. So we'll just chat a little bit while I do that. This nail polish, I would say probably one of my signatures, right? I've been wearing this color polish, my gosh, 10 plus years, I want to say. And it is a gel. It is DND 601. That's the name of it. That's like the code. DND 601. That's all I know. But it's like a ballet slipper or whatever. It's just a neutral. It's a really good neutral, right? It's a good neutral, but still has a little bit of fun to it. Wanda said she's having a sun-kissed. Michelle loves whiskey sours. Carrie says it's going to be wine. It'll be wine for me, but just a sip because I can't work and, well, I can. Don't get me wrong. I can work and have wine, but It's very difficult for me to work like this and have wine and then still try to be chatty at the same time. Or I don't know, maybe I get way too chatty when I do that. But my thoughts sometimes have a difficult time streaming together if the wine gets too involved. Jody's having a Diet Coke. Lauren in the yarn is going to have a Red Bull. Lauren, I am like impressed. You're going to have a Red Bull this time of day. Heather is going to have a chelada. Now, Heather, I know what that is because that's like Vicky's favorite thing. Vicky loves a chelada, which is like a Bloody Mary, but with beer, right? And Clamato. Is that right? Clamato juice and beer, I think. Oh, Heather is juicing today. She'll take a wellness shot. Perfect. A watermelon smoothie. Look at all these yummy, yummy, yummy. Dr. Pepper. Nita's having coffee. Cindy said wine makes her sweat. Well, that's okay, right? Is that a bad thing? Oh, Terry's going to have a watermelon Jack Daniels cooler. Carol's going to have water. Good, right? We need a session with some drinks. Bubble water, Karen. Yep. We will toast to whatever. Ooh, Emma's going to have a margarita. All right. Our next list. Our next list is currently watching. So let me get situated again here. I'm like, okay, wait, where are we? All right, let's get situated. Let's move this off to the side. Currently watching. Currently watching. Oh, yes. Okay. And I just remember I had an idea, but now it like hit me a little while ago, like in the morning session. And then it currently went out. It currently went out the window. It went out the window. So currently watching. The currently stamp sets are something, again, one of my the first currently stamp set. Where do you suppose those would be? Let's look. I had them. I was so organized this morning. Do you suppose I put them? I don't know. Maybe I know where they are, actually. Let's look. Hold, please. Hold, please. While I look. Oh, yes. Yes. I love it when this happens. All right. Currently. So the currently stamp set is one of my very first stamp sets that I did. So this is probably, I don't know, 3.5 or 4 years old. And the whole idea behind currently is you have currently, and then you have a whole bunch of prompts. So sometimes we do a currently list where we list currently, and then we list something next to a whole bunch of different prompts, like what you're currently watching and listening to and enjoying and liking, disliking, celebrating, considering. So it's one list of a whole bunch of different currentlies. Other times it is a currently list for one thing, like currently watching. And then we're making a list of what we're currently watching. So that is the plan for this list. There is a currently to stamp set as well, because during one of our currently lists, somebody said, "Hey, Lael, we think it's about time for some new prompts. Can we have some new prompts?" I said, "Sure, let's do it." I said, "You guys, tell me some new prompts that you'd like." And in the chat, all these prompts were flying, and I was writing them down. And the next release, we had a currently to with a bunch of different prompts. Now, with this release, we have coordinating dies that go with it. So there are 2 dies in the currently word/shadow die. So there are 2 dies. The first die, you stamp currently, and then it cuts out the outline of currently. But the shadow die, you can die with a contrasting color, right? Like a piece of pattern paper. And then you have a shadow, so you kind of see it in a layer. Probably the best way for me to explain that is to show you an example. You'll see lots of examples. You'll see a couple with the currently die, but you'll see lots of examples of projects using both of those sets. These were brand new. Let me see. This one. Okay. So this was a project that one of my design team members, Ty Cortez, did recently, and you'll see it on the website under currently and also under that currently die. But you see here, she stamped currently on white and then die cut it with the word, and then used the shadow die cut with that yellow, right? So it almost just gives you an additional layer with currently. So we will be doing our currently list. This is things I'm currently watching or that we're currently watching. I know. Mimi said, "I wish I could use that today." Oh, well, I know. Actually, a number of these products, you guys, I've actually had for a month or more. But I didn't want to put them out there because I wanted to wait for this anniversary, because I also wanted to wait for the sale so that I didn't like throw some products out there and then a month later be like, oh, guess what? It's on sale. So I held a lot for the anniversary. So I figured you guys would be okay with that. But unfortunately, that means you can't use it for this one. Sorry, Mimi. All right. So let's look at my notes again. What am I doing? Oh, yes. I'm going to use Forever Fields. So Forever Fields, it's an older one. It's an oldie but a goodie. So Forever Fields is a past Maggie Holmes collection. And those two pieces of pattern paper were from Forever Fields. Now, I think just what I'm going to do, I don't think I'll do any pattern paper or anything like that. Oh, I remembered. Okay. Hey, I just remembered. I remembered what we're doing. Remember when I said a while ago, I had an idea for what I was going to do with the currently list? Well, now I remember. Remember, I said I was going to, let me just make a sticky here because I'll forget. I'm going to add thumbnails, like thumbnail photos, thumbnail pics of shows we're watching. So if you missed the start of this session, that was when I showed my traveler's notebook when I was documenting the pandemic in the early days. I'll open this up and show you. Let's see if we can find it. Here, look at Sammy with Poe. All right, let's see. Where were we? Here we go. These were shows that we were watching. That's what I mean, but I'll add little thumbnails. So the easiest way to do that, if you go to Google one of the shows that you're watching, and you'll see all different kinds of images of where you can pull little things like that. And then I just use the Epson PictureMate printer to print out those little photos. So basically, those are little 2x2s that I'll show you really quick. It's so easy to do. And for this, you don't even have to have that printer. Okay, here we go. Here's an example. There is here on my YouTube, or if you go to Lail by Mail and search for free classes, you'll find it there as well. There is an app called Project Life. Project Life is a free app. And with that free app, you can create little collages, like collage photos. So if we start out this way, everything starts as a 4x6. So you don't have to have a special printer. You do not have to have a special software. You're just using their free app. Everything starts out as a 4x6. But when you think of a 4x6, you can divide a 4x6 up into a number of different ways, right? A 4x6 divided that way will give you 6 2x2 squares. A 4x6 divided this way will give you 2 3x4s. So in that app and in that little class, I don't know, it's maybe like 15 minutes, I have a phone that is filming, and then I have another phone where I am using the app. So I'm kind of talking you through it. Now, that app has gone through a couple of iterations since then. I have not done an updated video for it, but it's still close enough that you can watch my video and know exactly what you're doing. So with that app, there are pre-configured templates, and these would be an example of 2 pre-configured templates. You bring up the app, you pick your template, and then you access your camera roll on your phone through the app. And then you are picking photos to go into each of those little places. So that's what the template looks like. That is an example of me adding photos, 6 photos into that template. And then I save that to my camera roll. It's a 4x6, right? It is a 4x6. It just so happens to have 6 small photos on it. So I print that out however I print. If I print at home, if I print at Walgreens, if I Costco, Shutterfly, whatever I print at. I print, get my prints, and then I cut that up into 6 little photos. So 2x2s. That's an example of 2 3x4s, right? Same exact thing. I just picked that template, put 2 photos in, print it out. That's still a 4x6. When I get my print, I cut it in half, and then I have my 2 3x4s. So you don't have to have special printers. You don't have to have special software like Photoshop to do things like that. There are a number of different like apps that will help you do that. I just years ago was using not Photoshop. Years ago I was using Project Life, so that's just a really easy one to do. So that is what I will do on that right page or my things that we're currently watching list. I did not think of that ahead of time. So I noticed I left a sticky note here to make sure that I don't forget that. Now, some of you have the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer, and that is the printer that I use. So I print all of my own photos at home. That Epson PictureMate PM400 printer also has an app that goes with it. It is the Epson Creative Print app. And that app is like Project Life, but on steroids. There are a ton of different pre-configured templates. And that works with 4x6, 5x7, and 3.5x5 because that's what that printer prints. Anyhow, lots of different things. There is also a free class here on my YouTube channel about how to use that Epson Creative Print app. So if you have that printer and you don't do that with it, you should absolutely pull up that free class because you'll be shocked at all the things that you didn't know that you could do with that app. All right, here we go. Currently watching. Had to think about that again for a second. Like, where are we? Lale, where are we? We're currently watching. These are the things we're currently watching. So, I am going to, I just need a little bit of decorating, right? Just seriously, just a little bit of decorating. So, what if there's stickers here. I could just use some flowers, right? I mean, it doesn't really have to go with anything. It doesn't have to go with anything that we're watching per se. These are, let's look in here. These are the, oh my gosh, what is this called? The papery. This is the papery. So I'm just going to look through the papery and see if I can find something here that speaks to me, right? Because I knew I was going to use Forever Fields, but I didn't really know what I was going to use from it. So let's look. Let us look. If you kind of like a little bit of this look, you will be very excited to see what is coming. It's actually already designed. We are way ahead of the game right now for the summer-fall season pass. UPS is at the door. Hopefully they don't need me to sign for anything. Oh yeah, no. He's good. He's gone. He just dropped it and ran. All right. So, you know what I'm kind of really, I don't know. I was drawn to these guys. I was drawn to these two pieces, right? There's a fox there, but I felt like maybe we need a little bit more. Could we make that work, do we think? I think we could make that work. So let's look. The papery just has so many different pieces. There are 200 pieces at least in the papery. In the, really any papery that American Crafts was doing. Doesn't really matter the designer. Paper pieces, stickers, lots of things like that. Alrighty, I think we're probably going to be looking at those pieces. I don't know, I just like those two. I like them, they make me happy. All right, let's do that. Let's maybe take that out. Put all these things back in my little thing here. Bits and pieces with TVs or movie items would be good for this list. I know, right? So, if you guys do not know, this year, I have really kind of jumped into making more of my own product, more Lale by Mail product. And that really started out with Season Pass. And Season Pass, kind of getting feet wet there as we figure out paper, right? Because I've never done paper before. Everything is a learning process. We've been doing die cuts for a little bit, but paper, stickers, things like that. I will tell you, in May, we're crossing our fingers that it happens for National Scrapbook Day, International Scrapbook Day, because that'll be another all-dayer. I will have a mini collection. All right. It is already done. The whole thing is designed. I've been working with an amazing designer on it, and it's done. It is not manufactured yet. There are 2 sets of die cuts that have already been set to the company that does the manufacturer that does the die cuts. But as we start to as I start to get more help that pulls me out of the day-to-day, which is kind of where I've been stuck for a while. As I start to be able to pull out of the day-to-day, then we can work a lot more on really fun kind of new products like that we haven't had in the past. So things like a die cut pack that might have things that are kind of specific to us, right? We do a lot with movies and shows that we watch and music that we listen to and things like that. So it would kind of be fun to have a die cut pack with lots of TVs and little VCRs and video cameras and things like that, right? So not saying that's not what's coming in May. I think you'll be pretty excited about what's coming in May, but we can start to definitely head down that path, right? Because what I'm starting to find, and this is just, this industry has gone through this before, and it's hard as the industry goes through this, but we're starting to see fewer and fewer manufacturers again, right? And we've talked about it. We don't have to have all the things, but to have some of the things like the pattern paper and stuff to work with, it really makes it a little bit more fun. So I will start doing some things, products, so that we have a variety of things to work with. So very exciting, very excited about that. And I will tell you, you've already seen a sneak peek of something and you don't even know it. You've already seen a little taste and you don't even know it. And then you're just going to have to wait, right? You're just going to have to wait because it's all I'm saying right now. So, I am always open to suggestions. Things that we can't do, like when you say, hey, oh my gosh, I have a little Scotty dog and I would love it if you do a whole pack of embellishments with Scotty dogs. And I'm like, oh yeah, I would love to be able to do that for you, but not a big enough market. So it has to be super generic stuff that I think that we all can use. But, I always love to hear that. Okay. I always love to hear that. All right. So I pulled out a piece of paper here, and I think what I'm going to do, since I don't even know if I have another piece of this paper in that pad. I may not. I think what we will do is this. Let's trim this down like we always do into 4 3/4. Let's trim that over here since I kind of had a little issue with my trimmer. Maybe we'll hit it the right spot. Well, not quite, but that's okay. Oh, no, 4 3/4. So we're good. That's like the perfect spot. 4 3/4 by 8, since that came from a 6 by 8 pad. That will be our left facing page that we'll start to do our list on. And then we'll just have this one little strip right here that will just join in over here, and that's where I'll do my little thumbnails. So it'll try to help piece it together. Now, the shows that we're watching, I guarantee you all their little images that I would find on Google are going to be all over the place in terms of color, in terms of pattern, and I would probably never find anything that would match any kind of product. So what I will probably do is when I get those thumbnails and start working with those thumbnails, I will probably turn them all to black and white, because I think that's going to be the easiest way to have some sort of cohesiveness, because there's a lot of different shows that we're watching, and that's one easy way. If I make them all the same color, all those images black and white, then it'll all help to blend a little bit better together, right? All right, so this guy, you know what I already did? Let's put this back there, because I will certainly, if I don't keep that there, I will not remember. And I'll do something on that list, or on that page, which I won't want to do. All right, so that'll be the background, right? I think we'd like to use, I don't know how we're going to use this. I know I would like to use it somehow. What I need to now consider is my list over here. So I've got a couple things I need to work in. I need my title, and I know that I would like to stamp it on white and then die cut it and then put another color around that. So now with that said, I probably need to find 1928, just saw it. Lisa, I just saw your comment. That is one of the things, yes, one of the things that we are watching. So I need just a little bit I need just a small little teeny tiny background for that shadow die. Something that would work there. Maybe? I don't know. I just really need, it needs to be just something super small. That pattern is probably way too big, right? Probably way too big. So let's see, something else in there in that paper pad. That might work. You guys, I wish I could do it all. I so wish that I could just make all the collections and all of the things and give us all of the awesome things to work with, but I can't. I can't do it. All right. I mean, I could. It's just when it's you financially backing it all, then I can't do it. I have no big company behind me, so we'll get there one day. We'll get there where we'll do all the things, and believe me, I'm not complaining that I don't have a big company behind me. It's it's much easier to do my own thing. Trust me. Trust me, trust me. I have a lot of friends in the industry that go through their fair share of struggles because they're reliant on someone, right? With this die, it comes connected together. So I've actually never done one of these where I do this. So I think you just bend it, right? Bend it like Beckham. We just need to separate those two pieces. All right, so let's get ready to stamp our currently. That does not go there. I don't want to stamp on that. That is my little sheet that goes in here to help the stamp come out easy. All right, white. I've been playing with some white here, so let's start with this. I know, 1923, Linda May, I'm like 1923, 1928, 18. Well, part of it is because there was an 18 one too. You need die cut clippers. I guess I do need die cut clippers. I don't want to use my scissors, right? But you know what I could probably have used? I probably could have used like my Tim Holtz, Teflon scissors, maybe, I don't know. A button shank remover or wire cutters, they work well for cutting dies apart. Okay. All right, so this was white I'd been using before. Let's see what color. Well, I think we're okay with black. I feel like I'm okay with black. So let's find our black ink. It is right here. Oh, although, really, Leo? Black? You think you want to do black? Yeah, we're just going to do black. We'll keep it easy. We will keep it easy. If it was earlier in the day, I might be like, no, let's mix chartreuse and eggplant and we'll come up with our, no, that's not me. You know that. I would never be saying, let's make our own color. That is not me. That's Vicky, not me. All right, currently, pop that down there. That did not get cleaned last time I used it. Oh, perfect. This Tim Holtz scissors work great. Or wire cutters. It sounds like you guys have all kinds of different suggestions. I love that, since I don't know. Because I've never, I never used dies until we started using, and so we started making dies. And the reason we started making dies was because you guys were like, Lael, it'd be so nice if we had a die for this or that, or the library card, and now we're just like full on doing the dies. But we're doing dies in a way that makes sense for us, right? I don't foresee us doing crazy dies on snowflakes or, I don't know, whatever. But we do dies based on things that make sense for us. Like we'd like to have pockets, or like we'd have like dies for in the box, or we'd like to have dies for currently, or, anything like that. There we go. All right. So now I'm going to clean that off right away. Jan, I just saw Jan's comment. So what scissors will they ruin, Linda May? Let's make sure that we're all talking about the same thing. Teflon scissors, is that okay or no? We're kind of hearing mixed messages about that, maybe, but I'm not sure. I mean, I know you don't want to use scissors like that, right? You don't want to use your regular scissors, but I don't know if like the Teflon would be okay. Jan said, I found you at the height of the pandemic. We had just moved, didn't have a craft room set up. Everything was piled in my office. I saw you and I knew I could do this in a small space, right? That's another thing about what we do, right? You could literally be working. Well, I've been in the car. I've been documenting in a car, speeding down. Well, not me speeding down, Nick speeding down the freeway in Ireland because I was just, writing in my traveler's notebook. So really, it's small enough that you can do it anywhere. All right. Carla ruined her Tim Holtz ones. All right, so it sounds like maybe not. Probably the best thing it sounds like we want to be using, I don't know. Some of you say it's okay, some of you don't. So at your own risk, use whatever you want to trim your metal dies if they're connected like that, right? We needed to disconnect those. Zen Girl says a Dremel, right? Lots of different things. All right, let me get wire cutters, whatever it is. And I probably didn't do the best thing there by just bending that apart. So don't do what I did. All right, let's get our little die cut machine out. The one that I use, well, I have multiples, but when it's on camera, I use this little guy. This is the Anna Griffin Empress Mini, and it's just mini, so it works well on camera. And really, most of the dies that I use, all of the dies I use, all fit the mini because I'm working in a smaller space, right? I'm working in a traveler's notebook. So this is an automated machine. So basically you turn it on and push a button and it does the work for you. Now, the work isn't a lot. If you have a manual machine, you just crank it through as opposed to, automatic. But all right, so we're making a little sandwich here. I always joke, this is like my my bologna sandwich when I was a little kid. There's your white Wonder Bread bottom plate. This is your bologna, in this case, my magnetic mat. I will put down my craft single. That would be that, right? My craft single. And then I put my die on top. And my die in this case, I don't know, probably back then it wasn't lettuce or tomato when I was a little kid. Now I haven't had a bologna sandwich in many years, but just go with me. We're making our sandwich. And then you have the second piece of Wonder Bread on top, or your second plate, your top plate. Made a sandwich. I'm going to put that through and I'm going to click run. Yes, my bologna has a first name, right? My bologna has a first name. All right. Sharon said, I love the versatility of the currently stamp. Yeah, lots of fun things that we can do with that. So basically what that did, that just cut out our little word. So just kind of pop that out. Look at how beautiful that is, right? Just a nice, and that's so stark with the black, but it just gives it a nice, I could never fussy cut that, right? That would never work. So that's the word part of the currently die. I mean, this die set is brand new, just released yesterday, March 21st, 2025. And then you have the shadow part of the die. So for the shadow part, let's just cut a little bit of this. We won't really see too much of it. Let's cut, gosh, I've got a giant stack of mess here, don't I? Let's do this. Make sure I've given myself plenty here. Meanwhile, Reggie's over there just sleeping away. All right, so when I do this, I need to be thinking, I would like it to go this way. And then we'll put our little top plate on, our top piece of Wonder Bread with our bologna sandwich and just run that through. I know, bologna, I know. When I was a little kid, come on. Bologna sandwich on Wonder Bread with a craft single and Miracle Whip. That was like the lunch of my dreams when I was a little kid. Well, that and a Fluffernutter. That was also the lunch of my dreams when I was a little kid. Fluffernutter, peanut butter, and Wonder Bread again, and marshmallow fluff. Oh my gosh, so good. I don't know. I haven't had one of those in years. I'd probably barf if I had that now. Okay, probably not. I'd probably take one bite and I'd be like, oh my gosh, that's so good. And I'd have another bite and I'd be like, oh yeah, no. Nope, never mind. Not good. Don't like it. Don't want to have that again. All right, so let's see what we have now. This is our little shadow, right? And then our currently goes right on top of that. Okay, so we have our nice little shadow there. So let's go ahead and take our glue pen. Glue pen in this case will be super, super, super. The bologna with the olives. Oh yeah, I think they still have that like at the grocery store now, right? And you know what? Here's the thing. If you still love and eat a bologna sandwich, good for you. If you still love and eat Miracle Whip, good for you. If it makes you happy, then you should do it. If you love to eat the bologna loaf with the olives, I'd say hold the bologna. I'll just have the olives, please. Good for you, right? We should do what makes us happy. as long as you're not like eating that 24/7. And you know what? If you want to eat it 24/7, good for you, right? Who are we to judge and tell you that you can or can't or should or shouldn't do that, right? All right, there we go. So now we have fluffanetta. Terry, fluffanetta, right? Yes. All right, here we go. So there is our nice little, currently that has been, has a little shadow underneath it. All right, so currently here, and I used green. There's no green down here, but that's okay. Somehow we'll make that work. Now we need some white. We need some white for our list. Get our white cardstock out. I'm going to need to have another sip of water here. Let's take another hydration break. This is not the toast yet, although you feel free to have your beverage. Now it's going to be interesting. Hopefully Nick's back by the toast because he needs to bring me my toast. Well, he needs to bring my wine. Hydrate. Stephanie, peanut butter and bananas. Yes, I still love peanut butter and bananas. Very much so. Very much so. Heather said, now I want a fried bologna sandwich. Might need to not make piccata tonight. I don't know, Heather. That's a toss-up. Piccata or fried bologna sandwich. I know which one I would go for. Piccata. But you know what? Whatever makes us happy, right? I tell you, sometimes life is hard, right? Life is just hard. Sometimes the world is a heavy place. And if we can get a little relief, and the relief comes to us in the form of a fried bologna sandwich, then you know what? I say there are a lot worse things that we could do for ourselves, right? A lot worse things that we could do for ourselves than have a fried bologna sandwich. All right. So we are now ready for our white cardstock. I just made my little marks there. So I'm curious, are you guys listing with me today? Have you been listing? Are you playing? Are you working? What are you doing? Were you here this morning? Are you now here this afternoon? Well, obviously you're now here this afternoon, but you know what I meant there. Like, were you not here this morning and you could just make it for the afternoon, or you just pop it in and out, or just curious, curious. My problem with bananas is when I'm at the store, I'm like, oh yes, I want bananas. And then I don't eat the bananas and then they go brown. And then you'd say, oh, well, you should make banana bread. And I say, oh, we can't make banana bread in our house because if we make banana bread in our house, it will be gone in 2 seconds flat. And you say, well, Lael, that's not a problem. And you say, well, it is when it's just Nick and Lael and no kids. And then we're eating banana bread like it's going out of style. And then, not so good for the waistline. Currently, now I'm kind of I need to play with the spacing here a little bit because what I would really like to do, I would really like to, I don't know, that's just not, I don't know, it's not really there yet. You know what? It's not there because this has not, the colors are also different. I don't know. I'll figure out how to make it work together. Nobody panic. Don't panic yet. Okay. Don't panic. We'll make it work. I would really like to use the new, I'd really like to use the new, where is it? By the numbers stamp set for my list because, and it's not made up. There really are 10 things that we have been watching on our list. So, Nancy, you grow your own bananas. Wow. Monique is altering a prom dress. Now the dress is on and the couple is off for dinner and prom. Oh, I love that. That's so exciting. Ink the edges. You know what? I think that will really help. I think that'll help, Terry. Let's start there. So let's maybe bring in that blue. So if we bring in the blue, I am suggesting that the blue is going to probably be tumbled glass. Let's see. Maybe tumbled glass. Tumbled glass, still tumbled glass. Ooh, no, not stormy sky. I think it might be tumbled glass. I think that is going to be what we go with. Salvaged patina, way too off. Speckled egg, maybe speckled egg. Speckled egg. Speckled egg it is. All right, where do we should probably get that one put away first. Why don't you put the list on a pattern paper? Carol, you mean like this or that? Like, oh, golly jeepers. Okay, we're good. We can just turn that over. I got that on there. Put the list on a pattern paper. Not this. We're saying not this, but I don't know, maybe like that. That would help it all come together way better, wouldn't it? Oh, look at that. Let's do it. Much better. All right, so let's get this one put away. We're looking at speckled egg, or we're maybe looking at faded jeans, right? Let's look at faded jeans and see. Where did my my little wipey go? Oh, here it is. Okay. Let's look at faded jeans before we pull anything out. Faded jeans. So I think for me, faded jeans, not quite the right blue. All right, let's look at speckled egg. Speckled egg, I'm inking my edges. So I've got my all my little foams are swatched, organized in that little ink blending foam storage kit. That's one of my products. And you'll just see more about that. It'll explain on the website what that is. It's probably easier at this point to just do that instead of me now taking a few minutes to, ow. That was my Stanley that just hit me in the foot. Tumbled glass. All right, here we go. No, speckled egg. I said speckled egg. Speckled egg it is. All right. All right. No, Carol, no bad choice. Carol, absolutely not. You guys never say something's a bad choice, right? We just had to look. You just never know, right? Sometimes in your head, and I'm sure those of you that use Tim Holtz products a lot, right? You kind of know, like you're like, oh, I think that's the color. And sometimes you're on, and sometimes you're like, oh, nope, not quite right. So no bad choice, right? Just a better choice for me. For me personally, a better choice, not a bad choice, just a better one. All right. This is as mixed media as I get. Inking the edges. I was joking in the morning session that some of you have been following along with Vicky's new mixed media series that she has on YouTube. And she's just the master, right? She is the master. And we were texting back and forth after the one that she did the other night with the zombie parrot eye. And I'm like, Vicky, I don't know how you do it. I'm like, you can work with something and make it look amazing. And I'd be doing something for 5 minutes sitting next to you, and I'd light mine on fire and be done. I'd be like, yep, nope, that's not happening. I hate it. It's on fire, and now I'm done. So yeah, mixed media is inking edges for me. And it is mixed media. All right, so now we're going to this guy. Let's cut this guy down to our 4 3/4 by 8. It's already 8, right? Because it's from a 6x6 pad. So we're just going to trim that down to 4 3/4. I use a standard wide traveler's notebook. Insert my inserts. Oh yeah, now we've got to fix that. My inserts are, I don't know, that may end up staying there. We'll see. My inserts are standard wide. They are 5 inches wide by 8.25 tall. So we end up with a paper that I put on top. That is 4 3/4 by 8. Then that way we have a nice little white border all of the way around. All right. Good idea. That was so much better, Carol. So much better with the pattern paper on the back. 100% agree. All right. Okay. So let's do this. Let's see how we're headed with this direction again. That just gives us a nice little pop of color, that yellow down there. And now my green works a little bit better. Now that currently is still a little bit, well, it goes with that. Now probably what I would wish. Well, guess what? It's not what I wish. It's what I'm going to do. Because now I don't like that currently on there. Now I'd like to have, I think, the speckled egg currently. So we're just going to do it because we can. Because we're the boss of us. We can do whatever we want. So we'll just do that very quickly. Very, very quickly in 2 steps, because I'll have to, oh no, I won't have to get that. I'll be able to peel that off, I think. Actually, let's just test that really quickly. Let me get this little, oh yeah, that's easy. That comes up easily. Okay, we don't have to get the, oh, we do have to get the die cut machine out again because I still have to do the currently. Oh well, that's okay. That's okay. It's what I'm going to do. So if you want to hang out with me while we do it, you can. Otherwise, I don't know, maybe we should just talk about a prize again. What do you think? There's a lot of prizes in this afternoon session, so I better get my giddy up on. Let's do a prize. Let's do a live prize. So we're going to do that once I get this stamped and then die cut again. Then I will draw a prize. So if you have not been here long, the way that that is working is you are in the chat. You are piping up in the chat. Now, if you're here while you're doing that, you might as well hit the thumbs up too, okay? If you have not hit the thumbs up on the video, I would sure appreciate that. So that would be super helpful. So we'll get that. Oh yeah, that's going to look so much better on there. So much better. So let's clean that off, and then I'll just grab that little die cut machine out again, and we'll die cut currently. And then once that's cut, I will draw the prize, another prize. Let's see what it is. Oh, we're gonna have to skip the next three. The next three are all the same thing, but they'll make sense for our next list. So I'll go to the one after that. Oh yeah, this will be a good one. Well, they're all, any prize is good, right? Any prize is good. So we're just happy to have a prize. All right. Now, what do we suppose I did with currently? With the die. Oh, there it is. All right. All righty. Plug her back in. Plug her back in. She probably needs a name. What should we call her? All right. I just had it. I just saw the die, right? I just saw it. Okay. All right. I know I just saw it. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay. Okay. See, that was so good. We want to see it work again. We just need to see how it works again, right? Something like that. All right. Make sure that you can still see in front of that machine. There we go. Put that down. So the mat is magnetic with this machine. So that's why I'm not really worried about like taping it down with washi or, you know, a non-stick tape like a painter's tape or something, because it's magnetic. So it's going to sit in place for me. Now we will go turn on the power and hit run. Dee-dee-dee. All right. Easy peasy. So especially on a detailed stamp like that, oh my gosh, could you imagine? Actually, I can't imagine, because I think we tried to fussy cut that one day and I was ready to poke my eyes out, right? Well, I did that a little fast, so it's not quite even, but it's all right. It'll be good enough, right? Good enough. I always say if it's not perfect, then that's how you know it's art, right? That's how you know it's not AI. It's not AI. We've got to make it look like it's not AI these days, right? All right, put this little guy back in there. And then we are ready for our come on. I'll just deal with that later. All right. Yeah, it's it's a little off, but it looks like it's a shadow. That's all right. Okay. Oh, stop. I gotta stop. We're doing the prize now. So the prize is Roxanne Roxanne L. Roxanne L is the lucky winner of Roxanne L. So, you know, because I couldn't just leave well enough alone. It's not like there was enough going on this week that I had to throw one more thing in there. But I also did a rebrand this week. Oh, sorry, Reg. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. Oh, gosh. I scared the pants out of him. He was dead asleep, and anyhow. So Roxanne, I did a little swag, and I don't have these in the store. This is just some fun things that I ordered. This is a canvas bag, a nice canvas bag that has my little logo on it. So Roxanne, you are the lucky winner of that nice canvas bag. Roxanne, please send an email to lailbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put down winner canvas bag. In the body of the email, please put your mailing address and we will get that shipped off to you in the next couple of weeks. We have lots of orders to get out. So once we get orders out, we will get prizes out the door. So congratulations, Roxanne L. Congratulations. And here's the deal. So I could, Mimi said that she would like, will I be putting those in the shop? Okay. Well, you know what? Sure. I will make that happen. I can make that happen. I can order some more of those. So stay tuned. I do have 2 more of those to give away, and the other 2 will be given away during the after party prizes. So once we're done, you can leave comments on the video themselves, not in the chat, and then you'll have opportunity to win one of those as well, both in the morning session and the afternoon session. Okay, now, oh, there it is. I was going to say, in all that haste, I lost my little shadow. I lost my shadow. Oh, poor Reggie. Like, he literally, I scared him. I think he was dead asleep. The canvas bags are hanging off of the chair, you know, like the back of the chair that he is asleep on. And I went and grabbed that, and he like dug his claws in like nobody's business into that chair. I think he really scared him. Oh, well, sorry, buddy. That just pays you back for the middle of the night when you attack my feet, right? That's payback, buddy. All right, there we go. Better, right? Better. Better than the black, I think so for sure. All right, now we're back to where we were 6 hours ago. All right, so now we are looking for this. This is where I was. Oh yeah, the mug too, right? Okay, the mug too. All right, we can do both. And guess what? Let's just do another prize right now. Since you guys are talking about the mug, let's just do the mug as well. All right, so let's give it, I don't know, let's give it another 5 minutes. Help me remember, because I'll forget, you know that. Help me remember, 5 minutes. We'll do the mug too. Because I bought 4 of these to give away. Also, look at, isn't that cute? Just that nice little, you could use that for coffee or tea or whatever beverage. Oh, look at that. It's on both sides. So if you're drinking, you can see it. And then whoever is you're looking at can also see it. You could put your pens or your tools or I don't know, whatever in it. But so that will be the next prize. And I will do that very shortly. So let's do this. I mean, I think you guys are good that we're stopping to talk about prizes, right? Aren't you good with that? Is that okay? Maybe we do that. Because if we do that, then I have enough room. Maybe for the decorating, we got to have the decorating. I think that will work. All right, so this guy, actually, then it may look a little bit more cohesive. In fact, that may be a happy accident that we are putting that guy up at the top. Now, I won't forget to add the watching part because we need to add the watching part, right? That's kind of important. That is a little important. We'd be like, currently what? Like, what is that? What are you talking about? Okay, that's fun. I think we can do, let's just do a little strip of this. That little 1-liner, 2-liners. Currently, so you know what it looks like we did. Doesn't it look like we kind of fussy cut that out? Looks like we fussy cut all of that out to slide right under their happy accident, right? All right, so here we go. Now we know I'm really going to need to turn those, once you see the shows that we're watching, okay, don't worry, there's no rated R shows. Well, I don't know, maybe they're rated R, but there's no rated X shows. Not that there's anything wrong with that. If that's what you like to do, that's totally good. You found something that makes you happy. But what I was saying is once you see the shows that we're watching and you see the little thumbnail photos that'll be on the right side of the page, it's good that they're black and white because nothing will match this at all. All right, so now when it comes to that is the new by the numbers set. So by the numbers, these are great for your list. And I split those in 2. You have 1 through 5 and 6 through 10, because you might not necessarily want to do a 10. You might only want to do 5. But if you do want to do a 10, it's really easy. You just stamp those together or stamp them one after the other. All right. So that little guy, ooh, we got to get our watching in there first. We better stamp our watching before I get too close to the sun, and then we're in trouble. We don't want to get too close to the sun. I think we could do that, and then we still have room down here for the decorating, because the decorating's, you know, part of the fun. Let's do our watching, and then we'll know what we're working with here. Currently watching. We've got that little guy. And we'll grab our little stamping block. I don't know. Let's see if we think we're going to like what this looks like. Here's a little trick. If you're like, ooh, I don't know if I'll like that color, stamp it on something. And then we'll just cut that out and kind of place it right there and see, will we like that? Currently watching. I think we will. I think if we did it in black, it'd be a little bit too, and then I don't really want to bring in another color. I don't want to necessarily use the pink or the green. That might just be a little bit too much. Although, what we might do, we might have an idea here. Currently watching. Just teeny little watching, right? Just a teeny. All right, what we're currently watching. I need a color for those numbers, and this would be kind of bold, but I think I might want to be kind of bold, right? The scraps come in handy. They totally do, right? They totally do. Heather, don't bark at me. I live here. I don't know what that is. I totally missed something. Sometimes I have to be careful about looking up at the comments at the wrong time. I'm like, wait a minute, what? Don't bark at me. I live here. What if we pulled in that really bold green for our numbers? That might be kind of fun, right? All right. So let's see what we have. Rustic Wilderness, maybe? Not pine needles. That's got too much to it. Evergreen boughs, a little bit too light, I think. Lucky clover, not right. Cracked pistachio. Now we're getting way too, and mowed lawn, definitely not. So if we go with, I think evergreen bough is just not it. I think we want it to be rustic wilderness. All right, so let's do that. We've got so many inks out here now. Let's grab rustic wilderness. Rustic wilderness. Let me just get these put back in their little homes really quickly. Rustic wilderness would be right here. All right, here we go. Rustic wilderness, yes. Linda May, the stamping block bundle is sold out. So it is sold out for a very short time. We only got partial order of, Terry, thank you. I will, as soon as I answer this question, I will pick. We only got a partial order of this guy. We only got a partial order of the new 2 3/4 block, and that is part of that new bundle. And this is why we only got a partial bundle or a partial order. The company or the factory that we work with in China emailed us and said, hey, we're only sending you 50. They only sent 50 of my entire order of that, because they said as we were doing our quality check, we noticed there was a problem where the blade was kind of completing the circle, and it made kind of a really odd ridge there. So they said, we're rejecting all of those, and we're making the rest of your order, and we will get that shipped to you separately as soon as it is ready. So here's the deal. If you wanted that bundle, and I think that bundle has that one, it has that one, it has that one, it has those two, and it has the stamping stylus. So that is the bundle. If you missed out on that bundle because it's now sold out, just shoot me an email and say, hey, I wanted the bundle during the sale, but it's sold out. When those come back in, I will email you, and then you can get the bundle for the sale price, okay? Because that's none of our faults, but I just am so appreciative of the factory that they quality controlled it and said, you know what, we're not going to send you all. We're just not happy with the way that looks. So I definitely appreciate that. All right, so let's looky here. So I'm going to use that 5-incher. I am going to, let's see. I am going to stamp these separately. Even though you could, will they work? I don't think it would work on that. It's not, let's look, maybe. It might be just long enough, but I will still stamp them separately, and this is why. It doesn't quite fit. I like my stamps to be really close together. So there's enough of a buffer there between the 5 and the 6, the extra padding that they have as part of the process, that there'd be a little bit too much space in there for me. So you could either stamp them separately as I am doing, or you could use a larger stamping block. We talked about this last week when I used this stamp. In a pinch, if you did not have a larger stamping block, but you did have one of the pencil boards. The pencil boards, in a pinch, large stamping block for you, okay? All right, so here's a little trick with when you're working with the vertical stamp. Vertical stamp, for me, it's very awkward to try to do that, right? Much easier to do horizontal. So when I'm ready to stamp, I don't have to stamp that way, right? I just turn my paper that way, and then I am stamping horizontally, which is a lot easier to handle a stamping block that way. So let's grab our little scratch paper here again. And, oh, my friend Allison sent me this, the Squirrel Lives Matter, my friend Allison that I was talking about before. Not fun. This is really fun too. We're working right now. I have a designer working on a totally different type of number stamp set that Allison said, you know what? Have you ever thought of doing a number stamp set like this? And you'll see what it looks like. But we should have it out in May. And I'm like, oh my gosh, Allison, I love that. What a fun idea. Oh, okay, stop, Lil, stop. See, I told you I would forget. All right, stop. My finger is going, and it is ending in Kimberly Castillo. Kimberly, you are the random lucky winner of that Lail by Mail mug. Kimberly. All right. So those of you, this is probably what I'll do. Those of you that are interested in the mug and or the bag, I'll probably ask you to send me an email, because I need to get a feel for how many of those. And then once I look into it, I will tell you the price, because I only ordered a few. But then I'll look into it, tell you the price, and then you can decide if it's something that you are interested in or not. Because like branded things like that, you just never know. Sometimes it's hard to know how many you should buy. And okay, so here we go. Congratulations, Kimberly. Totally got off track again there. So Kimberly, you may know the drill. Kimberly. In order to claim your prize, please send an email to lailbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put winner mug. And then in the body of your email, please send your address. We will get your prize shipped once we get all the orders out. So it'll probably take us about 2 weeks to get orders out because there's a lot of them. Thank you. And then we'll start working on prizes. All right. Unless, of course, and this is anyone, if you win a prize and you've already placed an order, then we can just add your prize to the box. It doesn't make any sense. Ooh, hope I didn't mess that up. It does not make any sense. Ooh, that's like the perfect green for that. Yes, that makes me happy. It doesn't make any sense to not include it in your box if you've got something coming already. Okay. Now, my fingernails after the end of this, it's going to be craziness. I shared last week, a couple weeks ago, Nick and I, on a Saturday after I was done listing, we went to like the local home and garden show and then went out to dinner. And we stopped at, I don't know, some booth, and Nick is talking to one of the guys in the booth about some kind of garage floor, or I don't know, something or other. And the other guy goes, I like your nails. I like your nail color. And I'm like, oh, thank you. And I think people like that are trained to try to pick something out about someone to start a conversation. I'm like, oh yeah, thanks. And he goes, is that gel? And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Like, this guy isn't just like pulling a compliment out there. Like, he kind of sounds like, knows what he might be talking about. I'm like, It is gel. I'm like, in fact, it's kind of newer thing. It's called a hard gel. And he's like, oh, really? And he goes, well, I'm like, well, how do you know gel? Like, you sound like you're pretty knowledgeable. And he said, well, my daughter, my young daughter really likes to, paint nails. And it's kind of our bonding time. And I let her paint my nails. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that is the sweetest thing ever. That was the sweetest thing ever. That green, that's like a glimmer, right? That green just made me so happy. And if you're like, glimmer, what is a glimmer? That's our next list. We'll talk about glimmers shortly. There we go. Oh, that green is a glimmer. I don't use rustic wilderness often, but that is, I don't know, that sounds like a commercial. I don't often drink beer, but when I drink beer, it's Dos Equis. I don't drink beer, but I'm just talking about the commercial. Nick, 4:35. You think he's going to be back here by 5? I don't know. I might have to put my little sign out that says, I'll be right back, so I can go grab my wine for our cheers at 5 o'clock Mountain Time in just about 25 minutes. Yeah, beautiful color. All right, it is a perfect match. Okay, so now a little bit more decorating, just a little bit more fun, right? I don't know. Some people might say, well, I don't know, whatever you're doing, it looks like an excuse to play with pretty things. And I'd say that's exactly what we're doing. It is an excuse to play with pretty things. Now, if I turn that upside down, I don't know, that may be kind of fun. It would give us a little bit, we'll just go this way. Give us a little bit more of a little decorative edge there, but I think I like it that way. Just a little, but our butterfly's got to be up the top. All right, let's do this. Let's get this piece down first. And we know it has to just slide right there under the 10. And then this is actually a sticker. All right. That is one of the papery pieces. Oh, actually, you know what? I don't think I'm going to like this because it is a washi sticker. So it is going to look, well, we're going to do it. It is going to be a little bit transparent, translucent. So we will see some of the things through it. Oh, actually, I do like the way that turned out. Yeah. So do you see how it's kind of a little bit see-through? You can see those pieces underneath it, which is actually kind of nice. And some of you are like, what does this have to do with what you're currently watching? Well, nothing at all, right? It's just our list that we're having fun decorating. But your currently is definitely what I call a time capsule list, right? It is a very specific snapshot of a point in time. Because what we're watching now, probably very differently than what we were watching, I don't know, say when our boys were little. There was probably a lot of Barney watching and Teletubbies watching back then, right? All right, so what is on my currently watching list or our currently watching list? I do feel like I should, I don't know. We'll do our list first and then see. All right, Paradise. Paradise. Ooh, are you watching that? That's an interesting one. Paradise. And I don't have a clue what any of these streaming services they're on. They're all over the board. I have no idea. So if you want to know like what streaming service one of these is on, then I'd say Google it. Paradise has the main actor in that was Randall in This Is Us. And the ending of the very first episode in the series, you were like, wait a minute, what? Like what? Anyhow, it's very good. The next one we are watching, we watched the Oscars, right? We watched the Oscars. Also watching, White Lotus. Yes, White Lotus. Anyone? White Lotus? I almost put a question mark there for White Lotus. Thank you, Sterling K. Brown. Yes, it's Sterling K. Brown. I couldn't remember his name. Joe Disney fan is watching Sweet Magnolias season 4. Kathy's watching The Pit. Joe Disney fan is watching The Irrational, Found, and Shifting Gears. Terry is watching Calling My Husband in the Basement to Bring Me My Drink. I love it. I know you weren't saying that. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, Lisa, we're talking about We're talking about the mugs with the new logo, and we're talking about the canvas bags with the new logo that I've been giving away as prizes, but apparently there are people that would like some of them. Let's see. Will Trent. Oh, okay. Anybody that is oh my gosh, totally went out of my head. The soccer show. Oh my gosh. Actually, there's two soccer shows. I don't know. You guys will help me, you know. Oh yes, Lincoln Lawyer. We watched that. Love Lincoln Lawyer. Ted Lasso. Thank you, Ted Lasso. Season 4. They just announced a season 4 is coming. Lauren, any plans to do a scatter mug? So guess what? I have done a scatter mug in the past. I can bring a scatter mug back too. And actually, now that I think about it, we may not even need to do a pre. I'll figure it out. But yes, scatter mug. We had one for a while, and then I just stopped doing them. So that's an easy one. Doc. Doc is another one that we're really enjoying. I think Doc's on Paramount or something, about a woman who's a doctor who gets in a car accident, and she loses all of her memory for the last 8 years. So you're like, wow, that's yeah. Let's Yellow Jackets. Yes, we've heard of Yellow Jackets. Yellow Jackets. That should be a good one too. The Bear, Tracy, we love the Bear. Well, you know, because Jack's a chef, so I kind of feel like I'm like, ooh, I kind of know what's going on, but not really. All right, next one, Toxic Town. I talked about this one a little bit last week. Toxic Town. I don't know, we stumbled upon, I just happen to know that's on Netflix. Toxic Town is about, and you know what? It sounds like we watch a lot of TV based on this. When Nick and I watch TV is when both of us have to be in town to watch these shows. And it usually about 9 o'clock at night. So anyhow, not that it matters. Toxic Town is based on a true story that happened somewhere in the UK, somewhere in England, I believe, where they were doing a lot of mining. And all of a sudden, a lot of children in the town were being born with some pretty severe not abnormalities, that's not the right word, pretty severe problems. How about that? Pretty severe problems. Good, but a little bit hard to watch, just because it's a very birth defects. Thank you, Lauren. This is what happens. Yes, not abnormalities, birth defects. This is what happens when I've been doing this since 9 a.m. and it's now 4:45. My words stop coming to me. So thank you, birth defects. It's good though, very good. In fact, one of the lead actresses in Toxic Town is one of the actresses in the current season of White Lotus, the one who has the space between her teeth. That's dating the guy in White Lotus that has the very receded hairline. All right, The Agency. I don't know. That one I'm kind of, I don't know. I'm kind of torn with that one. Nick started watching that on a recent trip, and he came back and said, we need to watch this. And I'm like, I don't know. The Agency. Landman. Loved that one. We're now waiting anxiously the new season. I should also say these are probably over maybe the last 4 or 5 months. Landman. Lioness. Lioness, also very good. Now you're starting to see a pattern here. Landman, Lioness, 1923, right? Wait, that's what it is. 1923. Ms. L. Oh, wait, hold on. Yes, Ms. L. Mr. Bates from Downtown Abbey is also in Toxic Town. And then it sounds like a little bit of the British version of Erin Brockovich. Exactly. Allison Wonder reads books. A gap in teeth and receding hairline had me giggling. But guess what? If you watch White Lotus and I say, oh, gap in teeth dating the guy with the receding hairline, you know exactly who I'm talking about. 1923, right? That's it. 1923. I think, right? 1923. Well, here's the deal. If it's really 1928, I can turn it into an 8 easily. Yes, here is the pattern. Taylor Sheridan. He is the producer, I think, writer. Oftentimes he's acting in them as well. And I learned something. Something about one of his guys was Taylor Sheridan on Survivor? I want to think I read something that Taylor Sheridan was originally on Survivor. He does Landman Lioness 1923, also also Yellowstone. I want to say, now I could be mixing him up with someone, but the reason I think that is because I read something that said, I thought it was him, that he was on Survivor with, he always casts someone from the season he was in Survivor on all of his shows. And one of his guys is in all of them. One of the guys is in all of them. I'm pretty sure that was him, but don't quote me on it. And then the last one is, oh gosh, actually there's more. Shrinking, love Shrinking. But here's the other one. This is going to sound really odd. I mean, maybe not. American Idol. But you know what? It is only the beginning of American Idol. It's only the beginning when they are doing like the auditions. I don't like it when it goes past that, but that always makes me cry. When they're in the auditions, it makes me cry. So don't quote me on the Taylor Sheridan Survivor thing. I need to look that up, or someone look it up for me, because now I'm worried I just told you the wrong thing. It was someone I know. And the Pit, you guys, I'm seeing so many people say the Pit. So I need to write that down, because the Pit sounds like something that we need to watch, right? Sounds like something we need to watch. All right, I added it to my list. Only the auditions. Yes, only the auditions. Sons of Anarchy. Taylor Sheridan? That guy, man, he is everywhere, right? Okay, so here we go. These are the things we're currently watching. So we know that's half of my list. I don't know. I may end up doing something over here. That's totally plain. I don't know if that'll just bug me. Maybe we'll just try to fix it with this. It's just a little bit too plain. There's a lot of white space there, but that's okay. Right? Not everything has to be perfect. Well, let's be honest. Nothing is perfect, but not everything has to make us super happy, but I think we'll just leave it at this, because, we got more things to do here. We've got more to do. That helped it a little bit, right? Little double outline. And then maybe we'll just do this little outline too, because, the outlining is hard for me to stop. There we go. Oh, but guess what? Now that if we're doing the double outline, that keeps making that horrible noise. If we're going to do it, we got to do it. Now, does that get weird if we do it there? Actually, we can't have a double outline there, because we better. It's going to look funny. All right. Well, that's good enough, right? That's good enough. That just gave it a little bit more. It just gave it a little bit more something, something. All right. So this guy will end up going here. I will get this guy adhered, and then we'll do another prize after I get it adhered. Then I'm going to have to put out the sign that says "Be right back," so I can go get my own glass of wine. Nick's working to try to get Harvey ready so we can go out of town next weekend. So that's okay. I cannot fault him for that. Oh, I put it where it belongs. I love it when I do that. I'm like, where did that go? Where did it go? You guys, we have done a cheers. The third weekend in March, the last 4 years. I mean, obviously we didn't do it the first week, the third weekend in March in 2020, because that's just when we started. But every year since then, we have, for our all-day session, celebrating our little anniversary here, we do a little cheers, because that's, I think, a fun way to celebrate. Yes, more memories in Harvey the RV. We are going to go to, so we live in Utah. There are 5 national parks in southern Utah. So we're pretty spoiled that way. So we're going to go to a state park and then hit a national park just real quick on one day. We're going to Goblin Valley, and then we'll hit Canyonlands National Park while we're also gone. So we will not be we won't be listing next Saturday. We will not be listing next Saturday, the 29th. So we'll be listing the first weekend in April. And I need to get out a new schedule. So watch for a new schedule this week, so you know when we're listing in April, May, and June. All righty. So there we go. Pull that. Pull that. Pull. Oopsie. I just lost a little bit of that. So I do that. Like if you've missed me talk about that, I'm doing that because I'm now getting so deep in the Traveler's Notebook that if I don't have really strong adhesive there, it will just pop. I'm going to end up, I don't know, doing something over there. I won't worry about it now, but that is just going to bug me. I can tell there's too much white space over there. But we won't do that together. I do probably want to keep, oh, not that. All right, what did I do with the piece? I need to keep the strip that I cut off from this because I think that strip needs to go there because that's just going to look way too weird when I do my little thumbnails there. So let's see if I can find that very quickly because Lord only knows when I go to clean up in here tomorrow, I'll be like, I'll just be throwing stuff away right and left. Okay, well, I'll find it later. All right, so I said that when we were, when I was done with this list, that we do another prize. So let me look at our prize list. Okay, here we go. Stopping at Lauren and the Yarn. Lauren and the Yarn. Guess what you win, Lauren and the Yarn? You win the new Listing with Lael Idea Book, Volume 3. So congratulations, Lauren. If you guys missed that, there is also yesterday, there were lots of new stuff came out yesterday. The brand new Listing with Lael Idea Book. It is Volume 3. Volume 3. These are all of our lists that we did in 2024. If you are just starting with us, the Listing with Lael Idea Books are kind of a fun resource because, let me go back down to the bottom then. Lauren, shoot me an email, laelbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put winner. You can just put new idea book. That is easy. And then in the body of the email, please put your mailing address and we'll get your prize shipped out. All right, so the Listing with Lael Idea Books are a nice resource because they have all of our lists. That is Volume 1 from 2020 to 2022, all the lists that we did. Volume 2, that's all of our lists from 2023, and now Volume 3. Yesterday, after I did the live showing the new idea book and everything else I was showing, there were some requests to add a bundle now for all 3 idea books. So there is a bundle for 1, 2, and 3 all together. And when you buy that, and it'll stay that way, it won't go off sale. But when you buy all 3 together, it's 20% off. The nice thing with the idea books, not only does it give you just lots of ideas for different lists, but this part's really important. When you buy the idea book, you receive an email. The email has a link for you to download the digital version. When you download the digital version, this link right here, that is the link. So let's say this list. Let's say if you're like, wait a minute, what did she do? How did she get that on that photo? That list was done March 23rd, 2024. That is the big long length of the YouTube when I did that list. And we started that list at the 2-hour, 58-minute mark. If you want to see that with the digital version that you receive after you buy the printed version, when you download that digital version, that link in the download is a hot link, meaning you can click that link on your computer or your device or whatever you're looking at on. That will open up YouTube, will open up to this video, the Saturday when we made this list. Then you fast forward to the 2-hour, 58-minute mark, and that's where you see me making that. So lots of different inspiration, but also very helpful in terms of when you want to go and like if you want to watch that list. So Lauren and the Yarn, yay! Idea book 3. Okay, friends, now, if you didn't win that, again, don't be sad. There are 2 of those that will also be given away as part of the after party prizes. So one during the AM sessions after party and one during this afternoon session after party. All right, so I am going to do this. I am going to put the handy dandy, oh, hold on a moment. The handy dandy, oh, here it is. The handy dandy be right back sign that Lindsay Heilman made for me. Isn't that awesome? So when I put that there, you know, it didn't freeze. You didn't lose me. I'm still here, but you just know I'll be right back. So I'm going to run to the kitchen. Well, not run. Let's be honest. I'm going to walk at a semi-fast pace into the kitchen and pour myself a glass of wine. And then I will come back. We'll flip the camera. We'll do our cheers and our toast. And then we will get right back to working on our next list. Okay? So I'll be right back. Lindsay H. Maybe it was during the party last year. It might have been, right? No, Lindsay H, that's you. You would know. Lindsay H. Look at Lindsay. I put your name on the back so I would remember to always give you credit. That was the sweetest thing. She just emailed me, and here this thing was in my email. I love that. All right, friends, I will be right back. We're just going to do a cheers or a toast. So whatever your beverage of choice, could be water, could be wine, could be a, I don't know, shot of tequila. Whatever you do, you do you. Okay. Okay, here we are. Now, let's see. I don't know. We got to be nice to me, okay? Because I've been now live streaming since I don't know, 9 a.m. So I might look like I've been through a little bit of a lot. All right, there's my wine. That was the last of the bottles, so that was easy. There's just not too much in there, so we're safe. We are safe. All right, let me unplug the camera. We're going to rotate it, and oh golly, hold on. Sorry. Don't get sick. Don't get sick on me. If you're the kind of person like me that gets sick on the teacups at Disneyland, you might want to shut your eyes when I do that. All right. We ready? Here we go. Here's our wine, or our water, or our whatever your drink of choice is to cheers. You guys, thank you. And I can't tell you how much from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. This has been such a wild ride. It is. We are here 5 years later, and I say this often. If anyone had told me 5 years ago, the first week of the pandemic, that 5 years later, some amazing things would have come out of that time, I would have just said, nuh-uh. If you had told me I would have a team of people working with me to create products and bring them to market. I had never done anything like that before in my life. I would have told you, yeah, no, I don't know. You messed me with somebody else. Whatever cards you drew or whatever you get all your information in your crystal ball, you just messed me up with somebody else. So it is just, it's very humbling to me. It is incredibly humbling. And I just want you to know I'm very sincere when I say that. And I just thank you. I thank you so much for just being here and all of your support. And your support could be a thumbs up. Your support could be, joining us here on Saturday. Your support could be leaving a comment. Your support could be placing an order. Really, it runs the gamut. So I just want to say thank you. So cheers to you. And you know what? Cheers to us, right? Cheers to us, because we took something in the middle of the pandemic or the beginning of the pandemic that was a very difficult time, and we turned lemons into lemonade, right? Or grapes into wine. Cheers! Grapes into wine. I like that better than lemons instead of lemonade. Grapes into wine. Mm-mm-mm. And I just have a little bit because, I can have another sip, right? I can have another sip. You guys are so sweet. I see the chat just going like crazy and all the nice comments. I appreciate you. Like I said, I could never tell you. I could never, ever, ever tell you how much I appreciate you. Just very humble. So thank you. And I love it. Some of you are saying that your friends introduced you to me, which is like even better. Like that is like the ultimate compliment, that a friend would say, hey, you know what? I've really enjoyed what this lady does. I think you should go check it out. That's just awesome. I love it. And yes, Joe, here's to 5 more, right? Absolutely, here's to 5 more, because I don't think we're stopping. I mean, I really don't. I just signed another 3-year lease on a printer that might as well be the cost of a car payment. So we're at least here for 3 more years, or I don't know, I'll be, I don't know, selling printed copies of something somewhere else. No, we'll be here. We'll be here because I'm not going anywhere. Like, I love this. It's so much fun. So cheers, and cheers to 5 more years, and gosh only knows what's to come, right? We're going to be here in 5 years going, oh my gosh, it's been 10 years. Do you guys remember 5 years ago when we were talking about this? That's where we're headed. It's going to be. That's going to happen. I'll have another sip, and then we'll go back to our, play. Because I know you all didn't come here to just sit here and watch me, talk off the top of my head and drink wine. Although we could do that, because sometimes that's fun too, right? That's fun too. Okay. All right. Ooh, that is good. And you know what? Another glass is going to taste even better later tonight. I don't know. I might even have to open some champagne later tonight, because I think it might be cause for that kind of celebration. That's just, I think it should be. I think. All right. I'm going to sleep well tonight. Linda, may I well. You know what's so funny, you guys? Like, I have so much energy right now. When you think about it, it is 9 to 10, 10, 11, 12, 12, 21, 1, 2, 3, 9 hours, right? 9 hours. I have so much energy right now. But you know what happens when I'm done? We're not done. But you know what happens when I'm done? I kind of stumble into the other room and I sit down and I'm like, oh gosh. And then it like hits, and then tomorrow I will be a puddle. Tomorrow I will be worth nothing. I'm a puddle, because it just, like, mentally it's a lot. But right now I'm just woo. Yeah. And I only had 2 sips of wine, so that's not like why I'm like woo. Okay, let's flip the camera. Let's flip the camera again. I do stand. Yes, you guys. Yeah, I crapped. Oh golly, sorry. Just, we're getting there. I just did something really odd, so don't mind me. Don't mind me. I crapped standing up, so I have been standing the whole time, but that's what I do. So, that's what I do. I have some thick flip-flops on because my feet get too hot, so can't wear like shoes and socks, flip-flops. And then standing on one of those, mats, like the people at the airport that have to stand for a long time. In TSA, I'm standing on one of those, so it's not bad. I'm used to it. Back, actually, Lisa, back feels actually really well. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. So Marie, this is funny when this happens. I can tell that Marie paused us at some point, because Marie's comment just said pimento loaf. Like, she is back when we were talking about pimento loaf. All right. So where are we now? Oh, look it. That's the paper. Oh no, I thought that was the paper. That's not it. That was another piece of paper. All right. We'll find it later. Okay. So we are now, my insert is full. Like, look at that. So that is my last page. So I won't do another list right here. I mean, I might later, but who knows? Oh, Holly Noel. Holly Noel, I remember you because I remember your lovely name. I just remember that. It's something about, and you have a sister that also has a Christmas name in there too. Is that right? I don't know. You guys share stories in the chat and things stick. I hope that's right. So look at that, you guys. There is a full insert. This one we started on in January of 2025, and I didn't do anything there, but that's all right. That whole insert is full. We have lots of full inserts. A lot of full insert with 500 lists, right? Okay, so that means we are ready to start. There's a cute little Reggie, right? Currently is new. Yes, Marie. Currently, no, the currently die. The currently word and shadow die is new. Anyhow, look at, that was this insert for the last couple of months. I still need to finish that later. Things I'd like to like. We'll do that probably when we're together again in 2 weeks. But there you go. And this morning we did our then and now. We did things that made me happy this month. We did our friends and what makes them special. And we just did our currently watching. Okay, so I'm going to set this one aside and I need a new insert. So let's hope I have a lined insert behind me here. Let me just check. I'm sure I do. Ooh. But when I squat down like that to get it, then I'm like, oh, my legs are a little bit, they're not sore, they're just tight. Okay, here we go. Oh, hang on. hold on. Here we go. All right. Oh, okay. Here's my new, nice, clean insert. Jandals. Nancy, in New Zealand, you call them jandals, flip-flops, or jandals? You know, back in the day, when I was a kid, we called them thongs. And then thongs turned into something completely different, so I don't call them thongs anymore. All right, brand new insert. Look at that. Look at how thin that is. This is good. Chunky inserts are good. That means we've had a lot of fun work, but that's how they start, right? And now when you see that, no wonder, of course, the staples will start to pop, right? Some of your pages start to come loose because they can't possibly hold all of that goodness. Okay, so let's see where we are. Oh yes, we're at Glimmers. All right, so I am feeling that, oh my gosh, our toast didn't last. What was I thinking? I had a half an hour time. Look at this. Check this out. This is my schedule for today. This is our toast. Why did I have toast at 5 and then at 5:30? I don't know. Maybe I was thinking we'd do a lot of drinking during our toast, you know. No, we're back to work now. We got work to do. We've got another list to do. So let's get on it. Okay. So this one, we're going to have a little chat about Glimmers. Glimmers, my friend Sherry, right? When we talk about Sherry, now you guys feel like you know my friend Sherry. This is Sherry right here, my friend Sherry, that we've known each other since college, so since 1986. She is my oldest, dearest friend. We were together traveling in December, and she said to me, hey, have you heard of this thing called Glimmers? Now, hold on. I need my, where is my, hold on. Hold, please. Where's my little printout? I need my little printout. Reggie, what'd you do with it? Did Reggie take, no, Reggie didn't take it. Okay, hold. Hold, please. I am just locating it because it will be much easier if I have it to help explain. Oh, come on. All right, hang on. Here, I'm just gonna put this our little sign back so you know that I'm still here or I'm walking around the room looking for it. I mean, the room's not that big. No, where's the sign? Where'd the sign go? Okay, hold on. Oh, here it is. Okay. So I'm still here. I'm just finding that little, my little not handout, but the little thing that I printed. But I also need to grab something while I am across the room because there's something fun that I've been doing that somebody turned me on to that could kind of work for Glimmers as well. So, a glimmer. A glimmer. A glimmer is oh my gosh. Now I'm going to be so frustrated. Like, really? Why? Where did it go? Oh my heck. But really, that's not the word I would say right now. It was like the perfect little definition, and I would just show it to you, and then we'd read it together out loud, and that would be it. Reggie, did you take it? Did you take it, Reggie? No, I don't think he's sleeping on it. Oh my gosh. It was right here. Now I'm going to just be mad. I'm going to be mad and angry and frustrated and... All right, well, I'm not, da. See, look it, I was too organized for my own good. This is all the stuff for Glimmers. All right, so here's what a glimmer is. Let me move this back off to the side for a minute. A glimmer is little micro moments in your day that make you feel joy or happiness or peace or gratitude. Once you train your brain to look for glimmers, the more these tiny moments will begin to appear. So someone this morning said, okay, so we're doing a list about what makes us happy. Like, is that the same thing as a glimmer? And guess what? You get to decide. For me, things that make me happy are probably bigger things. But glimmers really can be super simple things like seeing a rainbow or like the green, that was the perfect color green. It's just something that made you feel joy or happiness or peace or gratitude. So the whole idea of a glimmer is that once you start kind of looking for them and being aware of them, the more that they appear, right? So my friend Sherry said, "Hey, have you heard of a glimmer?" And I said, "No." And she told me about it. And I said, "I love that, Sherry. I love that idea. Like, what a great, again, it goes back to life being hard, or, sometimes it's not all rainbows and butterflies, but if you can look for the rainbows and butterflies, maybe it might help, right?" So you get to decide what a glimmer is for you. It could be big things, it could be small things, it can be whatever you want, right? You do you. It's your life. It's your list if you're making, or it's the way that you decide you want to interpret what a glimmer is. So after she told me about that, the next time we were all listing on a Saturday, I said, "Hey, I have this new idea for a list." And I told this story about my friend Sherry. And I said, "We're going to do a list about glimmers." And so we did our first list about glimmers in December. We did one in January. We did one in February. We're going to do one in March. It's probably a thing that I will be doing on a monthly basis or so. There's a couple of other ways that I want to talk to you about how maybe you could keep track of glimmers, or maybe ways that you could do a glimmer for maybe someone else. So Pamela just said, "My hubby putting oranges in the fridge because he knew the last time in the hospital, that is all I wanted," right? So that was a great glimmer for Pamela. Now, someone else might be like, "Orange in the fridge, what?" So it's very personal, right? Glimmers are very personal, that might be meaningful to you because they just give you a little spark of joy in your everyday, a little spark of joy in your everyday. So Amy shared something really fun with me that she did. She and her husband went on a trip about a month ago-ish, a couple of weeks ago, and the flight was a little bit longer. And so she made little bags for the flight attendants. And the little bags had like chewing gum in them. They had a little thank you note. They had a little granola bar, just little bags that she gave to the flight attendants and said, "You know what? Thank you. Thank you for working so hard. Thank you for doing what you do." And she said the flight attendants on that flight were like, "What?" They were so shocked that she did that. So a glimmer for you could be big, it could be a small, it could be a random act of kindness. You get to decide. But one of the fun things that you can do with a glimmer is, if glimmers kind of are meaningful to you, then you know what? You can do glimmers for other people. So if one of the glimmers that you have is that someone smiles at you at the grocery store, you're like, "Gosh, that just made me feel good." So then you know what? Turn it around, and the next person you see, give them a glimmer, give them a smile. It may mean nothing to them, but you never know what something like that can mean to someone. So that's a really fun way to kind of turn glimmers around. Now, some of you have been talking about in your habit tracker, and Terry just said this, putting glimmers in your habit tracker. So that could go one of two ways. It could go that you are looking, you're consciously looking for glimmers in your life every day. So if it's on your habit tracker, that reminds you, "Hey, I haven't looked for a glimmer today. I want to keep my eyes out," to kind of recognize the little details, right? Maybe you see a butterfly and a butterfly makes you happy. So that could be a glimmer. So either looking for glimmers, and that's in your habit tracker, or it may be turning it around and doing something like something kind for someone else. And it could be letting someone in on the freeway in front of you. It could be smiling at someone. It could be paying someone a compliment. So you get to decide what glimmers mean to you, and if you want to incorporate them in your life, and how. This is a totally different way, but what I'm doing here, I thought this could also work for you. So you could have a whole traveler's notebook insert of glimmers. You could do a list on a monthly basis of glimmers. This is something that I am doing for a totally different purpose. Someone recently introduced me to a wins jar, WINS. So like every day, trying to identify a win, like something positive that you did, all right? So this is part of my kind of health journey. And the person that introduced me to this is part of that. And so every day I try to identify a win. You could do this with your glimmers. You could do this with all different kinds of things. But as I do this, as I open these up, and I'm going to be, I don't know what this one says, right? Because these are all very personal. This one says 3:20, up at 4:30, wasn't going to work out. Watched Jess on Instagram. And then, so I worked out for 50 minutes. All right. So that was a win for me. And again, I get to decide what my wins are, but that goes in my win jar. So it's almost like giving myself a little pat on the back. So as I was a couple weeks ago, I knew I wanted to do a Glimmers list for today. And so I thought, you know what, this whole kind of idea of a wins jar is also kind of along those same lines, a little bit different. So you could do a list about your wins, or you could do a jar with glimmers. And when you need a pick-me-up, you just go to your glimmers jar and you open it up and read what it says. So kind of another way that you could turn that if you wanted. Now, there's one other way, but 3 of you are going to get this way. All right. When I first started talking about glimmers, the whole concept of glimmers came from a woman named Deb. I think it's Deb Dana. Yeah, Deb Dana. She is a psychologist, and she kind of came up with that whole concept. And Marie said free therapy. Exactly, right? Free therapy. So in the blog post for today that has all of our lists on it, every time that we talk about glimmers, every time we do a glimmers list, there is a link to a blog post when I really started researching glimmers to learn a little bit more about them. And that's where I found out about Deb Dana. She is the woman who kind of came up with the concept. And the very first list that we did about glimmers, someone in the chat said, oh my gosh, I know who that is. I follow that person. In fact, she has a book coming out, and it is a Glimmers journal. And so that day in December, I could go to my Amazon and I could find this. I went and I looked for the Glimmers journal, and I brought 3 of them because I thought as soon as, and the book wasn't even available yet. So they just started shipping. I don't know. I think I probably got these 2 weeks ago. So I bought 3 of these because I thought that would also be a fun little giveaway to do. So I'll draw 3 winners right now, and you will each win a Glimmers journal. And it is by the woman, by Deb Dana, who kind of invented the whole, I don't know if it's invented, but she is known for kind of the whole Glimmers concept. So just a fun thing to share. You might decide that you want to use it. You might decide you want to pass it on to somebody else. But it's just kind of a journal that will help you look for glimmers like this. Connect with animal friends. She's talking about human to animal relationships can give you definite glimmers, and then gives you some ideas for that. Maybe snuggling with a pet, finding a picture of an animal that brings smile, or watch funny animal videos. Pet sit for a friend. Take a walk and greet the dogs and their humans you meet along the way. So it's kind of a really neat book surrounding glimmers. So I have 3 of those. So all 3 of those, actually 2 of those I am giving away live. And then the 3rd one will be in the after party. So by leaving a comment on the video when it's over. So in the chat, the first person that's winning one of those is Colleen Battersby. Colleen loves the idea of a glimmer. And Colleen, so one of the glimmers that Colleen Battersby gives me every time we are listing is that she always reminds me to plug in my phone. And that is very much a glimmer because it puts a smile on my face, because I'm like, oh, that's Colleen, I love it. But she's also doing us all a very big favor by reminding me to plug in so that we don't lose power, right? So glimmers. Colleen, you win that. Colleen, shoot me an email, lailbymail@gmail.com. Subject line, say Glimmers Journal. Send me your address. We'll get that shipped off to you. The second one is Gloria Lazario. Glolos. Gloria. And I think Gloria and Mimi are friends. Is that right? Do I have that right? I think. So, Glow. Also send me an email, lailbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, put Glimmers Journal winner, and your address. We'll get that shipped off to you. So that 3rd one will be after party prize. All right, friends? So just kind of a fun thing. I just saw someone's comment. Hang on. Oh, Zen Girl said, I'm negative. I need to pay attention to glimmers, right? you know what? Pay attention to them because they can turn our day. They can totally turn our day. And I think it's really one of those things like they say. Where's the thing that it took me forever to find that I found it? No, I don't know where it went. Oh, here we go. Like they say, once you train your brain to be on the lookout for glimmers, the more these tiny moments will begin to appear. So be conscious of them. You'll start to see them, and then they put a smile on your face. I don't know about you guys, but I have never once said, you know what? I don't need any more smiles on my face. Well, actually, maybe because they were like laugh lines and wrinkle lines, then maybe I'd say, I don't need any more smiles on my face, but we all do, right? We all need the smiles on our face. So congratulations to Colleen and to Glow. All right, so the fastest stamp that I have ever designed, I am not kidding you. Once we did that Glimmers list, I'm like, oh gosh, we need to have a Glimmers stamp. Duh, we really need a Glimmers stamp. So I designed that Glimmer stamp, and it came like we made it happen so quick I can't even tell you. So that is the stamp set I will be using on this list, and it's Glimmers. So that's one of our 4x6 stamp sets. You have your Glimmers title. You have a nice little few phrases here that are designed to fit right between the G and the S. Today I noticed, this week I noticed, this month I noticed. So you can decide how often you want to do that. And then you have all these little words for word strips. Savor the moment, elevate, happiness, spark joy, stop, look, listen, notice, see the beauty, simplicity, appreciate, all those little things. And then you have a couple of little Glimmer stamps. In addition to your little Glimmer bullet stamp, because we need to have a Glimmer bullet stamp. So that is what I'll be using right now. And I love what Terry just said. Terry said, Colleen, you are the perfect winner for this. You are one of our group's best Glimmer. And I couldn't agree more with you, Terry. I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more. All right. So I am going to use a couple of products from the Winter Spring Season Pass. Oh, Kimberly, look at all of your little icons there. All those little Glimmers. I love it. Let's get currently out of here. We're out of currently. We're now on to Glimmers. But let me just get this. No, we're not going to do that, Lil. Just shove them off to the side. We don't need to spend time doing that. We've got a giant mess to clean up later. So what's one more thing, right? All right. So for the first list, this is, oh, yes. Okay. Here is my sketch. This sketch is based on one of the design team members, Marsha Ferris. I saw something that she had done, and it was I loved what she did. So I thought, I'm going to kind of be inspired by what she did on her project. So this will be a 2-page list. I am pulling some of the products from the Winter Spring Season Pass, right? Those are some of my exclusive products. So I've just pulled the parts for Winter Spring, but I've also pulled out the little spring mini icons because I thought that might be fun to use as well. So for spring, for the month of March, we have 2 12x12 papers. And I think, I don't know, I think it might be, I'm not sure yet, right? 2-page list. So we have 2 12x12 papers. It might be that green. And then we also have an 8.5 by 11. So the 8.5 by 11 is 2 patterns, right? Because I work in Traveler's Notebooks a lot. So it's nice to have in one piece of paper 2 patterns that I can use. There's on the back side, a full pattern, but here we could use both of those. So let's decide what we want to do. As I look at this 2-page spread, and I'll just, I don't know, this one actually cannot be off the page. It needs to be on the page, I think. We'll see what we're going to do here because we may end up with, let's see, if our paper is like this. So kind of the paper is going to go like this. My list will be over here, but I'll have some paper over here. So I think we'll use this guy. I think we'll use that plaid. Let's trim that down. So we know it needs to be 8 inches tall, right? Dawn, I agree. Dawn said, love your design team members. They're so talented. I know, right? I know. They are amazing and they do amazing work. I'm very lucky to have them. They make all of my products look so good. And they all have totally different styles. So you guys might be like, well, wait a minute. How do I see what they do with your products? You can see their work when they are using one of my products. You'll see it on the product page itself. But if you go to the blog, laelbymail.com, and click on blog, there's a little drop down where you can kind of filter's the word, where you can filter blog posts by topic, and one of them is design team. So if you filter by design team, you will see all of their amazing work. Okay, so this guy, I think will go about right here. So we need to trim this guy. Let's make our little mark here. About right. I'm going to say about right there. I'll tell you how wide that is once we cut it. So with the season pass, I use the season pass to decorate my traveler's notebook every month and then do lots of fun things with it after that. So I do different lists with it. I mentioned I use it. I've been using it for my habit tracker every month. And it changes. So the design changes every season. So one particular design for winter, spring, the design for spring, summer is totally different. So you just get kind of a nice mixture of products to play with. And it's just a little, it's a very narrow, you'd sometimes like to have a full collection, but sometimes you just need a little snippet. You just need a little bit for January, winter, a little bit for February kind of love, and maybe a little bit for March, spring. So that's what the idea is behind the season pass. All right, so now we need to, we know this is easy. We know we need to trim this to 4 3/4 because that's just what we always do. Trim this to 4 3/4, and then we'll know what that rest of it is. Oopsie. Thank you again so much, Terry. You guys, Terry is adding all of the links for us today since Amy is out of town. So just appreciate that so much. Terry's another Glimmer. Terry has reached out to me so many times, I can't even tell you. Lael, how can I help? Lael, how can I help you? Can I help you with this? I'm going to Little Craft Fest. Do you need any help there? Just another awesome little Glimmer in my life. So I appreciate you, Terry. Thank you. So that'll go like that. And then this guy will just go right in here. Ooh, now let's try to make sure that pattern is lined up, right? Do we see what I just did there? My pattern was upside down, so it's nice to have the pattern line up if we can help it. So with season pass, all of my paper I manufacture in the US. The mini collection that I kind of hinted at that is coming out in May, all manufactured in the US. All my stamps are manufactured in the US. My die cuts are manufactured in the US. My stickers, if you didn't know, my stickers, like the stickers that are part of season pass, the little word strip stickers, these are manufactured in the US. You know who does these for me? Melissa at Pretty Little Studio. So I pick all the words. I have a designer kind of put that all together for me. And then Melissa prints them, has her printer print them, and then cuts them, which is so awesome. She is one amazing lady. She is so just incredibly nice. All right. So, oh yeah, now we're going to play with the die cuts. Yes, TK, I've just hinted there's a mini collection that I am coming out with. 6 12 by 12 double-sided papers. They will come in a pack, so 2 sheets each of 6 designs, double-sided, so different designs in a 12 by 12. And I decided to do 12 by 12, even though we always work with 6 by 8. 12 by 12 just makes it a little bit more usable for people that don't work in smaller formats, right? So we can cut it down, but for people that work in smaller formats. Now, your season pass has 64 die cuts. I have used this for a lot, so these are just all my extras. So don't think that you get 3,012. You get 64, which is still a nice amount, but not this whole giant amount. I don't remember what I was just saying now. I was rambling on about something. I don't know, rambling. That's kind of what I do. So I am just pulling out some of these spring, the March ones, kind of the die cuts that were part of March, since we kind of decide what we want to use here. So my thought is you just have one of each of those. my thought is that based on what the design that I saw Marsha do, and it was not for me, it was nothing she did for me, it was just something that I saw that she had done that I really liked, and I had saved it to Instagram. And when I was kind of planning out the list, I was just looking at, some things that I saved to Instagram that I get inspired by, and I'm like, oh my goodness, I'd love to do that. That would be so much fun. So I'm probably close to having, oh yeah, we have both trees. We're probably close to having most of, oh yeah, there's another little girl. Most of the die cuts out for March as part of that season pass. So let me just put all these little guys away now. So she had done something really fun with die cuts or stickers. Let's see. Diane said she loves double-sided 12 by 12. Christy said, when can we get sneaks of the mini collection? You've actually already seen a sneak. You didn't even know it, you guys. You didn't even know it. So let's see. The die cuts are being manufactured now. The papers will go to the printer next week. I am now looking at, I have had my local printer here in Utah that does my idea books and also now does the inserts. They may do the paper printing for me now. So we'll see. We'll see. They need to print the samples for me and then I'll make a decision. So they'll be working on that this week. Washi, there's custom washi coming as part of that collection. So maybe once I start getting the pieces back, we can do a little sneak peek or so. So I'm very excited about that. All right. Terry is very sweet. Terry said the season pass kits are amazing. Honestly, there's so much product in these kits. Also exclusive to the kit stamp set, right? And then the special washi that's coming, right? So the first two that we did, the first two season passes, we just had to use like off the shelf washi. But I now have two different designers that I'm working with on the season pass. So now I'm pulling myself out of it entirely. Which is good. I mean, I do the idea boards and then work with the designers, but they're designing all the product. I didn't design any of the product, even in the first two, but we just had to walk before we could run. So yeah, we'll now be able to do some really cool, fun things, including custom washi and custom washi, not just for season pass, custom washi coming for even standalone products as well, because you know what? Simple Stories no longer doing washi, so we have to take matters into our own hands, right? And American Crafts, we have no clue what's really happening there. So I have a feeling we need to take washi into our own hands, so we have washi to play with. So we're not sure what is happening there. And Carrie, I know, Carrie loves it too. I love that, Carrie. You're so sweet. Carrie said, the season pass is fabulous. I'm so excited for the custom sashimi. Yes, did you know there's also custom sashimi coming in the kits? I think that was an autocorrect. Carrie, it says sashimi. I'm pretty sure Carrie meant washi, right? All right, so here's our little list. So what Marsha did that I thought was so cool. If you have a one-page list, now some of you, I know you very much, and this probably comes from maybe if you're a scrapbooker, maybe not, you are very much focused on needing to have your pages match on the left and the right, right? But sometimes you only have enough content for one list. So you're like, ooh, okay, what do I do? Do I do totally different lists and then they look totally funky together? I say you do you. I don't care if this one is Christmas on it and this one is Halloween. It doesn't really bother me if they don't match or not. But I know some of you do. But when we get to the point where you're like, how I only have a one pager, what are some ways that I could create a 2-page list out of, or 2 pages out of one list? So this is an idea that I saw Marsha do that I thought it was awesome. Basically, if you are just taking maybe a whole bunch of different die cuts, I think I want to use these over here. So I think these will be over here, maybe like this. We'll see. We might not have enough room to do both of those. We'll see. But just take, that doesn't go there. That is part of January. Taking some of the different die cuts and just kind of layering them on along this little, maybe we don't, oh no, that's probably okay to have a big one down there at the bottom. We don't want those two together though. We probably don't want those together. Maybe we'll take this little guy. Maybe we'll put this little guy here. Maybe like that. And that little bee could go right there. So we're basically just adding some pieces to help kind of fill in this side and then not make that abrupt end between the paper and then whatever, you know, and then your insert. So just kind of work with some of these pieces and see how I think I don't know, maybe this tree wants to go over here. I feel like we need to have maybe a little tree over here. That would be cute there. This is just my little Glimmers page, right? Little, I feel like this guy needs to have a little bit more. I don't want to cover up his end. Looked a little odd with the bottom of him covered up. So maybe this guy goes like this. But we just cover that up a teeny tiny bit. That goes there. So it's just really working with the pieces to decide where you want things. And sometimes it takes a little bit more work. Sometimes it takes a little less work. It just work with what you have and see where you end up. Now, I think with this guy, I think we don't need as much. We're just going to chop that off right there. Probably don't need as much of that stuff. Maybe that goes there. Maybe this moves over here a little bit. Okay, I think that is going to do it. Actually, let's do this. Let's get rid of that whole stem right here. And just kind of make that little flower work for us without the stem. And try to round that out a little bit. Maybe that little flower just goes right about, I don't know, maybe there. All right, so I think I'm good with that. What I need to do, now I've painstakingly placed all of those, right? I've painstakingly placed those. So I would like them to all stay there. And I don't want to have to pick up each one and then try to have to place them again and get them out of sync. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm going to turn those 10 die cuts into one piece. By using, well, actually they won't be one piece. Actually they could be. They can be if I do this. Connect those that way. This is highlighter tape. So highlighter tape is meant to be used in like textbooks or books that you're reading. And if you think about a textbook or you think about a book that you are reading, the paper is very thin, right? And it's removable and repositionable. So if it works on paper that is thin as a textbook, then it sure means I could add that to all of my die cuts. So what once started out as 10 die cuts is now 1 die cut for me. They're placed exactly how I have them. So now I can turn that over and add my adhesive and then place it back down as 1 die cut and then just remove that repositionable tape. And then with that highlighter tape, are we good? I'm gonna shut that door. Nick is kind of loud. He's on the phone. Oh, sorry, Reg. You guys, seriously? Reggie has been in here the entire time. I mean, maybe once he got up to go to the bathroom or grab something to eat, the cat, but he has been here the entire time, just sleeping away. And now he's going to be up all night. Well, I don't know. Their cats are not, they do not have a circadian rhythm. So from what I understand, they just sleep and do whatever they want. And there's no schedule and, you know, so it shouldn't affect him, but he probably will be bothering me all night now. All right, so let's get those placed about right there. That looks good. And now press all those down so that adhesive underneath them is holding all that in place. And now all I have to do is pull off all of that tape, right? And because it is meant to be used on a textbook, like really thin paper, it will not pull up any of your paper. It won't pull up any of the ink. You're not going to rip anything. Now, it's repositionable, so look at what I do. I just put it on the end of my little tape dispenser there and then use it again and again and again until it gets just, you know, to a point where it won't stick anymore. I use my little tweezers to lift that up. You gotta catch that. Catch it. There we go. Little tweezers. Oh, I might not have, I didn't get him. He was not attached to anything, so we better add him back in. Because he was only sitting on that guy. The tape never picked him up. All right. When we talk about design team and we talk about a lot of project examples, there are a ton of project examples for the winter, spring season pass. So if you're like, okay, I'm kind of interested in this. I'd like to see a little bit more about the products and understand, or, you know, have some ideas on what I could do with the products if I don't, you know, use them to decorate my traveler's notebook. Remember when I said you could go to the blog? Well, you can see them on the blog, but you can also go look at the winter, spring season pass and you will see all of those project examples there as well. All right, we'll do that. We like our little sun here. We like our little sun cloud there combination. So let's get that one in. Tiny Moments with Jen said she's in love with that. You know what? That is a product that Amy, I mean, that's not mine, right? That's, I don't know, the Lee products or whatever. I carry two colors, the pink and the blue, just because, you know, some people don't like one color or the other. I don't know. I think it comes in like 8 different colors, although it doesn't really matter. I wouldn't care if it was black. Really, you just need it to, well, it couldn't be black because the whole idea is you could use it as highlighter tape so you could read what's underneath it. But I don't really care what the color is. I just want it to be functional, and it's pretty functional. Pretty awesome. Yeah, Amy, when we first started working together, Amy said, hey, here's some things I think that, you know, are you familiar with this? Are you aware of this? And I'm like, what is that magic tape you speak of? Oh, let's not turn those that way. Let's put that down maybe. All right, so now let's get our, this. I'm going to start out my outlining there. And then we will also outline the white list. A little bit, no more green there, right? Do that. Okay, dokies, and then we'll come back in with this one. Pam, using that, is that what you're talking about? Oh my gosh, what the heck is it? Yeah, the highlighter tape, right? I mean, because you know what? I mean, I just spent, I don't know, not a huge amount of time, but I spent a little bit of time moving those around, kind of getting them where I thought I might like them. And then once you get them where you like them, have you ever then tried to pick everything back up again and make it look like exactly the way? Even if you take a photo of it, it never is in the right place. So I just think that's such a great way to have your pieces where you need them. We'll do that little tree there. Little tree, cute little tree. Let me just get this little stem, the trunk. It's not a stem, Lil, it's a trunk of a tree. Put that little guy right there. Just our little cute apple tree. And now we are ready. So for my title, this one will be interesting because I thought what I might do, and now I've kind of put some things over here, so we'll see how this works. I thought I might do Glimmers here. I don't want to put Glimmers there. I mean, I could put Glimmers there. Maybe we just put it there, right? Let's do it there. You could do it over here. If you're doing something like this, you could have it go vertical on your page. That is actually in the project that Marcia did that I was kind of very inspired by her layout of what she did. She had her title here, but she had kind of like a title and the subtitle, so it filled the space a little bit more, whereas this would kind of float out there, right? I don't know, maybe we just need to look at it this way. It won't be as obvious this way because we can't see what it would look like, but I feel like it's just floating there. It looks like a key. So yeah, we're going to come do this over here. So now we need to figure out what color. I don't know. Do we embrace the green some more? Joe, hello, Joe. Joe said, love it, Lael. I just finished my first list in months. I am re-energized. Joe, I love that so much for you. I can't even tell you. I love it when you guys, I love it when you tell me that you're like so energized by what you're doing. That just makes me so happy. I can't even tell you. So I love that for you, Joe. And anyone else that's now energized and re-energized, I think what's so nice, you guys, about this type of project, about making a list like this, I am a creative person. I like to be creative, and I feel like I really need to have a little bit of creativity every day. And sometimes I don't have enough time to sit down and do a full-blown something, right? But literally, something to write with, something to write on, grab a die cut or two, grab some washi, grab a stamp, do something, and literally you could do something in 15 minutes and then check off your little box and your habit tracker that you created something, right? It's all for me about those little dopamine hits and trying to get as many dopamine hits as I can, because that's what really drives me, right? And if they're really healthy things, like being creative, and that gives you a jolt, then guess what? Absolutely. And Joe, that is not corny at all. I would imagine there are a lot of people here that would feel that exact same way, right? That really feel, you know what? I didn't even look to see if that color is going to be the right one. We better test that. That feel the exact same way, because you know what it is? It's creating. I think, in my opinion, at least for me, it's creating. And it's the creating that gets me energized. So I think it's amazing. And I love that you shared that with us. So yeah, that works pretty well. That mowed lawn is a pretty good one. Mowed lawn it is. Ooh, not rustic wilderness. That would not make us happy. Terry, are you proud of me today? I've expanded beyond my yellow. I like yellow. I use yellow a lot, but we're like embracing the green a lot today. Lots of embracing of the green. Well, it's March. We should be embracing the green, right? All right, your glimmers. So, have you thought about glimmers? Are you a glimmer gal? Glimmers something that you have started to look for since we started talking about glimmers? Or are you just learning about glimmers and you're like, oh, glimmers, I think I really like this. I think I really like this idea of glimmers, right? I love that, Paula. Paula said, I have not listed in a few weeks. So happy to be hanging with you all today. I'm just happy that you're hanging with us. All right. There is my glimmers title. Yay. Oh, that looks like it's just like matches so well, doesn't it? All right. Clean that puppy off because I got lots of green on there. My stamp chamois is taking a licking and keeps on ticking today, right? It is still nice and, well, that word. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. Is it this month I noticed? Is it this week I noticed? Today I noticed? I think it's really this month. I think it's this month again. I mean, it could be whatever, right? I could have it this week or month or whatever it is today. Does that fit? It does. Oh, hang on. I need to get that a little bit closer to me. So let's look at our time. So it is my time. So let's say 4:45. It is 4:45. It is, whoopsie, 4:45 Pacific time, 5:45 Utah time, Mountain time, which is where I am. We will finish this list. Our last list was going to be in the news for February. I did not print any photos yet. So I was going to try to do that during the break and I did not get to it. So what I'm going to suggest, we will work on the very first list that we do when we are together a week from 2 weeks from today, which I think is the 4th, maybe. We will work on the in the news for February, right? Because we haven't done that one yet. So I've kind of gone back and forth. I don't know. The news is not something that makes me happy these days. I mean, really, it never does. But there's just a lot going on in the world that is just a lot. So weather, politics, it doesn't matter where you live, right? It's just everywhere. So I was trying to decide if I wanted to take a break from doing in the news. And I'm like, no, you know what? I'm not going to take a break from doing in the news. I'm going to try to list about things that are maybe a little bit happier, right? Maybe a little bit happier in the news. All right, so that is what we will do on Friday. I mean, Friday, what the heck? Not Friday, Lael. I don't know where Friday came from. That is what we will do. We'll start out with that list when we are together on April 4th. I think it's April 4th. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, April 5th. Maybe April 5th? Okay. Woo, my list is headlines. There you go. Oh, headlines that should be on the Onion. Oh, Lauren. Right? Yeah. Yeah, right? Sometimes. What do they say? Like truth is stranger than fiction sometimes. You're like, no, wait a minute. Is that a real headline? Or is that like a pretend headline? Like the Onion. All right. My stylus. So I have pulled off the single stamp that is the single little glimmer, right? I pulled off the single glimmer, that one single little bullet, and that is what I will use to do my bullets in between the things that are on my glimmers list. I do feel like I'd like to do a little underline here, little separator. If you like to add photos to things, right? Sometimes I add photos, sometimes I don't. If you want to add photos, you know what? You totally add photos. We could do little photos there. We could have this whole page be photos. You could have a single photo. Let's look at an example of that really quickly. The last Glimmers list that we did, I did a single photo. Where is it? We did a Glimmers list. Here we go. This was for February. So that is a single photo. And then I used rub-ons on top of that. And then did my Glimmers list over here. So Reggie here. If you want to add photos to your list, you can. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But sometimes what I don't want to have happen, at least for me, I don't want to have not having it. That's like a double negative. I don't want to have not having a photo prevent me from being creative. So sometimes I'm like, I'm going with the photo. Sometimes I'm going without a photo. Doesn't really matter. But you do you. If you want to do all photos, you can. Here's another thing. If you're a 12 by 12 scrapbooker, you could do all of this, any listing that we do in a 12 by 12. If you like to work in mini books, you could do mini books. You could really do anything. I just happen to use a Traveler's Notebook. All right, so I think we'll just continue with our little greens. We will continue, not discontinue. We will continue with our greens. Lots of chat about what the Onion is. The Onion is a satirical publication. Like a news parody. Thank you. A couple of you guys are piping in about that. So yes, a parody. All righty. So let's do our little glimmer here. Oh, I need to talk about this. And I actually did not do it the right way. So let me clean this off really quickly. And I'll explain on the stamping stylus. There is a little label. That label, they cannot do any kind of etching on this round cylinder, right? They can do etching on flat like this. They can't do etching on a round cylinder like that. So we need to have a point of reference. When you are using your little stamping stylus for your little tiny stamps, you need to know how to hold the stylus so that you have your, in this case, your little glimmer is always has the point at the top, right? So if you place your little bullet stamp the way you want it to stamp in relation to the little sticker, and then you're paying attention to where the sticker is, then you're getting the same placement every time, if that makes sense. Otherwise, you are going to have your little glimmers that are a bunch of different directions, and that's okay too, right? That's not necessarily bad. But if you pay attention to where your squirrel is in relation to where you placed that your little bullet stamp, then your stamp will always be in, always-ish, right? Be in the same general direction. All right, so different things on my glimmers list. Now I've got to add the green. I'm adding Rustic Wilderness ink. So I live in Utah. March and April, we always get the most snow of the whole winter. And last Friday, there was a big snowstorm, and Nick and I were in the car, and the trees were beautiful. So my first glimmer was snow-covered trees. Snow-covered tree branches, I guess. Snow covered tree branches. That made me happy. And it's just kind of one of those little everyday things. I mean, not every day, but it was just a little moment. We were driving. I saw the trees. I took a picture. And then I had it, right? So, snow-covered tree branches. A text from my friend Allison. And my friend Allison, this friend, right? This friend that I made my list about right here. Part of my list about. What makes Allison special? She is the Glimmer bullet stamp in a new bullet stamp set. It is not, Colleen. So the Glimmer bullet stamp comes from the Glimmers stamp set. There is not really a Glimmers stamp in any of the bullet stamp sets, I don't believe. If it was anywhere, it would be probably in this one. So there's a couple stars that could work. There's a little asterisk that could work if you don't have the Glimmer stamp set. But yes, it is not in any of the bullet stamp sets. It is in the Glimmers. Because when I did our first list before I had the bullet stamp set, I'm like, oh, we need a Glimmer bullet stamp, right? My friend Allison texted me earlier this week, and I'm like, oh my gosh. And she said, I'm in the car driving to go see my grandkids. And I caught the tail end of one of your listing sessions, and you were talking about Glimmers. And she said, oh my goodness, that has just sunk in with me. I just love that. And she said, so I'm driving and I found a podcast. I'm listening about Glimmers. And so I just wanted, and she was talk texting, not typing while she was driving. And she said, I just wanted to, send you a text and let you know that, I just, whatever she said. She just said it was so nice. And so I responded back to her and I said, getting a text from you is a Glimmer, because she always puts a smile on my face. So getting a text from my friend Allison, that was a Glimmer, right? So your Glimmers can be nature related, they can be food related, they can be friend related, they could be animal related. You get to decide what a Glimmer is for you. All right. So next up, another Glimmer was an old dress that fits well. It was actually an old new dress that fits well. An older new dress that was another example of, oh, I love this dress. I bought it. It doesn't quite fit, but you know what? If I lose 20 pounds, it'll fit. Another one of those things in my closet that now, I don't know, it's probably 9 months old. And so it is an older new dress that fits well. That was a Glimmer, right? That just put a huge old smile on my face. That made me happy. Another Glimmer. So if you've not been familiar with Glimmers and now you're kind of getting a feel for Glimmers, and again, they can be whatever you want them to be, whatever it means to you. If you want to share in the chat, let me know what one of your Glimmers is. In fact, I still have more prizes to do now that I think about it. 1, 2, 3. We got to get some more prizes done. Oh, perfect timing. Glimmers stamp set. I have a Glimmers stamp set on my list. So let's do that one now, right? Maybe someone would like to win a Glimmers stamp set. So I'm going to add a few more Glimmers here, and then I'll stop. And in the chat, we'll stop. I'll roll my finger up and we'll see who wins. So I would love to know, like, Glimmer, what is a Glimmer in your world? Did you experience one this week? In the past? Maybe today? Maybe now you're going to start looking out for them. So let me know. A good long call with Jack. Now, that was also on my things that made me happy list, right? So I might have some crossover, right? I might have some crossover. Mimi, what a great Glimmer. Opening up an avocado that is perfect, no brown spots. Yes, you cut it open and you're like, oh, like the heavens open up because it's a beautiful avocado. Silly thing though, right? It is a silly thing. But you know what? It gives you a Glimmer. It gives you a nice moment of joy. So I'm all about that. Pam Soames, look at you. You've lost 25 pounds since November 1st. That is an awesome Glimmer. Good for you. I'm proud of you, friend. Good for you. Congratulations. Michelle Boothby said a beach day. Oh, always. Glimmer for me, always a beach day. Dawn said, my kids all being here. Carolyn said, Glimmers are getting messages from friends. Teresa, my friend texted me her daughter got engaged. Ms. L, my husband making coffee for me. Finding $57 on my scrappy desk. I love it. That's a Glimmer. Michelle loves a breezy day. Lisa, my boss letting me off work an hour early on Friday without taking PTO, right? And sometimes they can be such small things, but you know what? Let's take advantage of them. Let's get all the joy we can, all the joy. The sunrise, getting happy mail unexpectedly. Kathy, I like what Kathy said. Kathy said, I'm still trying to figure it out. And you know what? That's okay, right? That is absolutely okay. Gracie Create said, my cat's sleeping. Carol Ann, a beautiful sunset over the lake. My granddaughter laughing. I cleaned and organized the closet. Carmen says she's missed listing, so maybe that's a Glimmer for her, right? Prizes are the winner's Glimmer today, right? Zen Girls, my twin girls helping me. We took our first road trip in our new car. Heated massage seats are amazing, Carrie said. Alice, hello Alice, said, mine's my 18-month-old running. Carolyn, doggy kisses for my pup. So many Glimmers, right? You guys, I love that. I love that you guys are, I could be reading for an hour. I love that you guys are sharing all the Glimmers. Rabbits in the backyard, first cup of coffee, birds at the feeder, chocolate, yes, husband making breakfast, a good nap, daffodils, poodle snuggles, minky blankets, yes, Marie, I'm there with you. Driving down to downtown LA on a Friday night with no traffic, right? So listen, all of those, they're totally different, right? They're very personal. They're very personal to people that are saying what they are. So I think if you look, you can find a Glimmer, right? Look hard, you'll find it. My dog that is at the end of her life got feisty. Oh, Teresa, I love that. Emma said, grandbaby smiles. She's 9 weeks old. French toast. Alice said, a big hug. My son calling from Portland. Okay, let's stop because we have that Glimmer, not that one. That's my used one. But a brand new Glimmer set to give to someone, stamp set. That is going to Susie Cubido. Yay, Susie. Susie Cubido. New dice and Zen Girls. Okay, I'm just reading. I just noticed Zen Girls comment below Susie. So Susie, congratulations, Susie. Please email laelbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put Glimmers winner, Glimmers stamp set winner, and then your mailing address, and we'll get that shipped out to you. But Zen Girls comment below that said, new Daiso Japanese dollar store near me today. Yes, we have one of those new too, Zen Girls. I have not gone yet. I need to go. All right, Susie, I'm going to say Susie Q. Susie Q is a lot easier than Susie Cubido. I can say it, I can't spell it. All right. Okay. I love that you guys all talked about, shared what your Glimmers were. I love that. All right. We still have 2 giveaways to do. So we will get those done when we are done with this will be our last list. This will be our last list for today. We'll get that done and then we'll do our 2 last giveaways and then we'll say farewell for today. A good long call with Jack. A beautiful gift from a friend. Pam Soames, that is you. Oh, no, actually, right below that, I have happy mail from Pam. I have 2. So a beautiful gift from a friend, my friend Sherry. A beautiful gift from a friend. Very unexpected, beautiful gift. And then right below that, I got some happy mail from Pam Soames. Happy mail from Pam Soames. Pam's daughter-in-law has an amazing chocolate business. In fact, I saved part of this, Pam. You guys, the packaging on this, I cannot even tell you. This is the packaging. This was the box. I opened the box in this beautiful tissue paper. I'm saving this. I'm doing something with this. I'll put it in my junk journal. Look at this. Isn't that beautiful? had this beautiful little sticker, and it is called, I know, deux cranes, two, and then cranes. I don't know how to pronounce that in a nice, beautiful French accent. Katie Lee, a rich time spun through the chaotic dance woven by two cranes in traditional Japanese nature. Katie, Kayte Lee, Lee.com is the website for the chocolate. Holy cow. I can't even tell you. Like, you open the box and it's just the most beautiful thing you've ever seen. So that was very lovely. And that was happy mail from Pam. So thank you for the Glimmer yesterday, Pam. And now I get a Glimmer again, just even talking about it today. And every time I see that tissue paper, it's going to give me a Glimmer. It could be things like, you know, a fun tissue paper that you see, or, you know, you saw a fun commercial on TV or something. Oh, okay, Pam, I'm so sorry. Katie Lee is her tissue paper designer. Okay, Pam. Will you please, I saved the card. I do have your card pinned up to the bulletin board. Will you tell me will you tell us what it is, please, after I just did that? It's right there. No? Oh yeah, it is DUX cranes, right? Pam, will you just put it in the chat for us, please? After I totally butchered that now. Yeah, Katie Lee is the tissue paper designer. I mean, we like Katie Lee tissue, but we really like the chocolates. Okay, happy mail from Pam. This was another one. A hug from someone that was hurting. A hug from someone that was hurting. Tail end of last week was a bit rough. We had some things going on with some friends, and we were helping them out, and it was very difficult. And that, as difficult as that was, the person that we were helping asked a number of times if he could have a hug, and that was a Glimmer. In all of that really hard time, that was a Glimmer that he was asking for, that he asked for a hug. So that was very much a Glimmer in my day. The fact that it was still light, it was light at 7:30 p.m. That, oh my gosh, huge Glimmer. That made me so happy that it was light. All right. Next up, we have another one. All right, this on the surface may not seem like a glitter. This morning, it's been a ton of work to get ready for the launch yesterday, all day today. So this morning I was a little bit stressed out. Just ask Nick, he would tell you, a little bit stressed out. And I look at my email. And my email tells me I have a lot of unread, not a lot of unread, I don't remember, maybe a lot of unread emails. And it said, the number it said was 1,234 emails. Now, some of you might go, oh my gosh, that might make you cringe. But for me, that number, 1,234, we see this a lot, and this is a Glimmer that always Colleen gives to me. Anytime that she sees 12:34 on the time, she points it out when we're together on Saturdays. 12:34 is my number. 1,234. And it is uncanny how many times and places I see that number when I need to see it. In my mind, that is my grandmother. My grandmother saying, hey, I'm here. I'm thinking about you. My grandmother passed away years ago. But when I see 12:34, that's my angel time. That is what I think. So here I am, all stressed out this morning. And they're clear as day. 1, 2, 3, 4 unread emails. And I'm like, there you go. That just put a little Glimmer, little smile on my face. 1,234 unread emails. Now, don't be scared. I'm sure a bunch of those are junk. That's not, I'm ignoring your email, but yes. Colleen, I know, right? 12:34. So that's a little kind of inside number, right? That was my grandma. My grandma saying, chill out, Lael. Come on. Right, thanks, Grandma. She's like, Lael, I can just see her. I can just hear her. being, stop being stressed out. Look what you're doing. How fun is this? You're going to spend all day with the people that you love crafting. And that's exactly what it has been, right? All right, last one on my little glimmers list is fresh blueberries. Fresh blueberries in my yogurt. Fresh blueberries in my yogurt. I have a little bit more room to here. More in my yogurt every day. I love fresh blueberries. Colleen, I know, she said, Lael, that seems to happen to you often. It does. I'm telling you, that 1234 I see all of the time. And that's one of those, you take it for whatever it is. But for me, that's what I decide it is. It's my grandma saying, hey, just thinking about you. Just thinking about you. All right, so last thing I need to do for this list, I am going to add a little word strip sticker here, right? Because I've got, if I have a little extra room, sometimes if it feels like I need something and I'm not sure what I need, the answer is a word strip sticker. So I have used many of these in season past, but I thought I'd pull out a fresh sheet just so we can see. The way that the word strip stickers in the season pass are organized, the top third is always for the first month of the season. So this is the winter spring season pass. So top third is winter, middle third is for the next month, February. And then the bottom third is for March, but then there's always a whole bunch of generics mixed in here that you could use for anything, right? So let's see what we might want to use. This makes me smile. Hello, I think that is very good. Best day ever. This makes me happy. This makes me smile. Remember this. It's a good day to have a good day. Make today count. You'll never believe it. Look on the bright side. There we go. That's it. That's the one for Glimmer, right? It just helps you to kind of look on the bright side of things. This one I need to trim just a titch, just a little bit right here. All righty. So look on the bright side is going to go right down there. I tell you, I say when it looks like something's missing, there's a big hole there and you're not sure what to put there, the answer is always a word strip sticker or a word strip stamp. There we go. Look on the bright side. Okay. So now I just need a little date on here. Just really, just somewhere on here. What if we just do it right here? We'll just do it around this guy. March. This would be the 22nd, 2025. All right, there we go. Now I feel like I need to do maybe some little dots there because it looks kind of like it's just floating there in the wind. That helps it a little bit. Oh, and the little dots also kind of work because there's little dots on the butterfly. All righty, there we go. That is our last list of the, oh my gosh, of the day, you guys. Holy cow, look it is 6 o'clock. It is 6 p.m. Mountain Time. We've been at this all day and I couldn't, what a way to spend a day. I just love it. All right, I'm going to flip the camera. We have 2 more prizes to give away, friends, for the live and then the after party prizes, right? After party prizes. All right, let's rotate this. There we go. What a day, yes. Zen Girls Glimmer, my first live listing. It is? Oh my gosh, good for you. I love that. All right, let's get that. Heather, I wish working a job felt like this. Well, right. And just this is the one thing to remember. It is someone's job. I mean, this really isn't my job. This to like a day like today is play. But some people will be like, oh my gosh, you have the best job in the world. And I'm like, yes. I feel very fortunate to do what I do, but some days it is absolutely a job, and some days I'm like, I don't want to do that today. Not this, but you know what I mean, right? So, anyhow. Kathy, it is your birthday today? Kathy, happy birthday to you. I love that you spent some of your birthday with us. Thank you. Okay, so we have 2 more prizes. One of the prizes is a pair of the 13 by 13 craft storage pouches. If you have not worked with these before, amazing, amazing quality. Very nice, thick, and these are just great for storing all your things in. I use these for everything, all right? The season pass kits are packaged in those as well, so yeah. All right, winner of those two. Let's stop at Teresa V. Teresa V. You are the random lucky winner of those two pouches. So Teresa, Teresa, okay, this is how we know it's random and lucky. Teresa's won twice this afternoon. It's your lucky day, Teresa. Congratulations. So Teresa, send me another email so we put all those together for you, all right, if you would. Congratulations, Teresa, again. All right, friends, and then we have another one. So let me scroll to the bottom. We have another one. So we're just gonna, I don't know, hang for just a second here. The last live prize for today is another one of the brand new spring summer season pass kits. All right, spring summer. So you have for the months of April, May, June, totally different style than the products that were winter, spring, that's what it was. So you can see all about that on the website when you look at the season pass. That one has been shipping now for about a week. Those of you that have ordered that so far, we will be doing the setup for our April Traveler's Notebook next week. I need to get that email out tomorrow, so watch for that. Watch for that. All right, I'm going to scroll up again. And the winner of that is Joe Lynch. Joe Lynch. Almost like Jolene, but Joe Lynch. Joe, congratulations, my friend. Please send an email to lailbymail.com. In the subject line, write winner, spring, summer, season pass. In the body of the email, your mailing address, and we will get that out to you. You guys, all the prize winners, both the in-person prizes and the after-party prizes, probably take us about 2 to 3 weeks to get out. We need to get all the orders out first, and then we'll send the prizes, okay? After party prizes. So if you did not win a prize today, I don't know, there's probably been about 20 prizes so far live. There are more prizes for the after party. So after party, the way you participate in after party prizes is once the video is over, leave a comment on the video itself. So not in the chat where we've been doing lots of chatting, on the video itself. On March 31st. So I don't know whenever that is. A couple week away, something like that, right? March 31st. I will draw all of the random lucky winners on both of those sessions. So the morning session, there are prizes for the morning session after party and prizes for the afternoon session after party. So lots more prizes still to be had. You just need to leave a comment to participate and on the video when it's over, and then I will draw the random lucky winners. I respond to your comments, but then there's so many, I'll also do a blog post about it, and I'll post in Facebook page and Facebook group, so you can go check to see if you won. But when you win an after party, I leave you a comment, and you usually get notified via email through YouTube when that happens. So there we go. Oh my gosh, you guys, thank you. What a day. What a fun day. Like I said, I'm like Energizer Bunny right now. I could keep going, but I know I need to stop. Because my brain after this long stops firing. It kind of starts misfiring. I have trouble forming sentences, and it's not the wine because I only had 2 sips. Anyhow, just so much fun. So much fun. I cannot thank you enough once again. Those of you that are brand new and are just kind of stumbling upon all this fun craziness we do, those of you that have been here a year, 2 years, and those of you that have been here 5 years, or even more, those of you that I've known from back in my scenic route days, or my basic grade days, or my simple stories days, just thank you. Thank you so much. Don't forget about the sale. The sale ends tomorrow night, March 23rd at midnight. So lots of, I think there are just a few things that have sold out. So we should be good on pretty much everything there. And then also, remember this, Remember the golden tickets. Hopefully you get one of those in your box. If you get one of those with your order, you get the choice of whichever of the 4 new Traveler's Notebook covers that you want, and then also one of your friends too, because that's how the golden tickets work, like with Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, right? Oh, I know, last thing. I did say, someone asked somebody, you guys want to see Reggie? So Reggie is still dead asleep, and I'm going to pick him up, and he's going to be awake now. Okay, Reg, we're almost done, buddy. Come on, let's say hi to everybody. Like, his body parts don't want to move. Like, he was dead asleep. All right, here he comes. Whoop. Oh gosh, that was almost bad. There he is. Say hi, Reg. Reg, say hi. He is the sweetest kitty. He is 14.4 pounds. I know that because he likes to stand on the scale when I'm going to the bathroom. So there's Reggie. He's beautiful kitty, and he brings so much joy. Okay, yeah. And that's a cat for you. He's like, yeah, and I'm out. So there's Reggie. There's Reggie, and now he'll be up, and he'll be glad I'm done. So thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you. I hope to see you. Oh my gosh, probably in 2 weeks, because that's when we'll be listing again. I hope to see you in 2 weeks. If I do not see you for a little while, just remember some of the things that we talked about today. Like really what we ended with, the glimmers. I think the power of glimmers can be such a big tool. It's something that I am really trying to really pay attention to in my life because, like I said, I'm always looking for something to put a smile on my face. I've never said, gosh, I don't want to have any more reasons to smile. So if it's something that can help you, I hope it's something that can, maybe help your day. All right, friends, thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me just click on the chat. There's so many awesome things. Family photo for this year's life. There you go. I know, because usually it's either Nick and I with the photo, or it's at one point, I think it was the 4 of us because Jack was in town, or it's the 3 of us, Sam, and there we go. So now that's the family. Lael and Reggie. Everyone else is out. Oh, you guys. Okay. Just thank you. Thank you so much for today, and thank you so much for everything. Thank you. Bye. I'm going to now come around to the other side of the camera so I can now turn us off. So here we go. Have a good night, you guys. Have a great rest of your weekend. Bye-bye.